Hey everybody, what's going on? Welcome on in to another factional fight, plays Wurm Online. My name is Adam. How's it going, Riga Nation? Welcome on in, and Syndicate Gaming Network. Good morning. Bun Loose. Welcome. Alright, let me just turn this music down just a tad here. Just gonna check to make sure everything is going okay with the stream. All right, Rubber Soul, good morning. Welcome in. Great time for EU. Hey, Sinsen, what's going on? I know, it's like the last couple streams have been on a Friday night, and it was mostly because my weekend was just fully booked with stuff that had to be done. So this time, I got the Saturday morning, my time, which is probably afternoon for you guys. You know, sometimes real life gets in the way. I really wish I could stream. If I could stream like every day, I probably would. As it is, I get my time, and I get to stream. I'd say I get to stream a good amount of time for the amount of stuff that I do in my life. All right, so let's see. I'm going to just nibble on some food here. Recently I made myself a body control and mind logic food, and that was mostly because I was doing a lot of archaeology. I don't think I'm going to do some archaeology today, but I definitely need to fire up the stills, and I think I'll leave some space for some more food, and I'm going to leave some space for some drink as well. Must have a patient wife. I definitely do. She does run out of patience from time to time, but she definitely has patience. Oh, right. My peat is running low. And I was trying just the other day to try to transfer peat from, because I have like a bunch of crates here, and I wanted to just get it into here, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Like, the event window's not giving me any message, but if I want to take some peat from one container and put it to the other, it's not letting me. So I was... Maybe it's because it needs to be closer? Whoa. No! I pulled it over this segment of the floor. I wonder if it's this segment of the floor. And it's 8:30 where you are, so nice time for you? Nice, so you must be in Central. Syndicate, because I am in Eastern and it is 9:30 where I am, and see, it ends up down here. These half floors unfortunately do not act like floors for objects. So let's see if I can get that. I'll just bring the wagon. Problem with this wagon, let me just double check, is it is full of crates. So for now, I'm just gonna put a few of these crates into, not there, I guess. See, what I need is to build some more crate racks. Put them into here. Is it because there's a raft in there? Yeah, okay, that's okay. That's enough to be able to go down and grab that one crate. What map I'm on? I am on Melody. Whoa, what's happening here? Okay, there we go. Load? Yeah, so I'm on Melody. And where I'm located on Melody is right here. On this peninsula on the west side. Yeah, you like Melody as well? I love Melody, actually. It has such character, and it's not a very large server, so you can get around on Melody, but at the same time, it's hard to traverse, so it makes it hard to get around. But I do like it. Alright, so I feel like this is a lot of effort just to get... You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just... I'll put these ones here for now. I'll have to build a rack for them. And... this should work. Yeah, okay. There we go. Melody has too much character. You went to the dragon slaying there recently. Worst cart riding experience of my life. I wouldn't disagree with you there. Definitely has the type of character that makes things hard. It is the reason why you'll hear people not recommend Melody for new players. Thank you, Rubber Soul, for that follow. Yeah, it's definitely hard to get around. It's one of the things I really like about Melody is that the terrain is hard. And so when you go find a spot for a deed, it's not going to be all set up nice and flat and just a few flattened areas. You actually have to work quite hard to get the land to be the way that you want it, which is great for veteran players who love terraforming, who love shaping the land, who love, needing to build those tunnels that can get you from one place to another because there's just too much hill to get over. But if that's not your thing, then Melody might not be the type of server for you. I would say what's nice about the new servers is that they kind of thought through the types of servers that they wanted. And, Melody fits that type of niche, like the hard terrain. And, of the other two servers, Harmony is kind of like a nice mixture where there's some areas that are nice and flat and some areas that are nice and mountainy. And, you have like a mix of the type of terrain. It makes it not so hard to get around because you can just build your roads and things through the flat areas. And people can find the top of a mountain or whatever to put their deed, or if they want it on the plains, they can. Cadence, on the other hand, is like on the other end of the extreme where it's just flat. Like the whole thing is just flat. The mountains that look like mountains on this map, you can drive your cart up those and then drive them down the other side. Like there's nothing to stop you from going. Like you might have to wiggle your way through a little bit, but it's not like Melody where there's like literally no way to get your cart through in some areas. Okay, so that fills that up. I wonder if I'll just unload this here. And do I have any more peat? Let's see how much more peat I have over here. Okay, yeah, there's at least 2. Yep. There's not enough room in the wagon. Whew. Okay. Okay, just temporarily, let's unload this empty one. I just want to move the peat over. That way, that's not even peat. That's logs. Okay. Let's put the logs here. Let's bring this one back. Let's put the peat over here. Okay, that's like 600 more peat over here. Let's just put this here because I'm going to need it in a second. Let's fire up these stills. Yeah, worst slaying spot ever. Was that the goblin? No, the troll. The troll king? That recently happened? Or was that on Harmony? There were quite a few slayings recently, and unfortunately, I like had them all written down with the plan of getting to as many as I could, and I ended up not making any of them. As I said, my weekends were busy, and I do appreciate that the organizers put it on weekends because that, is the best time for everybody, I would say, or like on average, it's probably the best time compared to weekdays. Yeah, there's a dragon or watchling where you were there, and then later there was a goblin. Yeah, I made it to this, so like I'm talking about last week and this week, there were 4 in total that I wasn't able to make to any of them. The weekend before, I was able to make the red dragon. And the goblin leader. But then there was like 2 white dragons and another goblin leader last weekend. And then this weekend, there was, I think, a troll king. Or is it still there's a troll king? I don't know. Maybe it was last night. Last night there was a troll king. Yeah, they had 2 white dragons within 24 hours, and then there was also a goblin leader. And a rift, for that matter. Speaking of which, I think there's some rifts tomorrow morning. And that's going to be maybe... No, I won't be able to make it tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow, unfortunately. That's just sort of the way it is. Kind of want to make a rift, though. It's been a while since I've been at a rift. Yeah, Troll King was yesterday for you. Yeah, or this night. Yeah, it was like... For me, it would have been... 9 or something like that, PM, or... I don't know. I'd have to go double check, but it was late last night. See, normally on the weekend, it's either Friday or Saturday night. I have a games night with some friends that we started. This it's kind of now become a tradition because I guess since COVID started and the isolations and everything, we sort of organized a get-together, a virtual get-together every weekend. We call it games night, but it sort of evolved, you know, started with some virtual games and then sort of just evolved to us like chatting away. Sometimes playing games, sometimes just hanging out. And so that's a weekly thing. Not to mention I have kids, and so we like to schedule things on the weekend to do stuff. So I think we're going swimming tomorrow. You know, these things, they kind of keep me busy. Not to mention that this weekend is my report card weekend. So in addition to all that, I am writing report cards. Yeah, okay, 14, 15, 16. And then this one here. Let's just go over to Xander, pretty sure he's ready for a prayer. Alright, now my goal, and I haven't been able to keep this up, it's really hard to, but my goal is to try to remember to keep the forges lit. So what I'm going to do to help that is, let's see, how do I do this? I'm going to try to bring up the timers, there we go. And I'm going to add a timer. Where did that go? Did I accidentally hide it instead? What did I do? Add a timer. There we go. I'm going to name it Stills. And I'm going to set it for 2 hours and 15 minutes because these things last a bit longer than that. Did it not go for this one? Okay. Alright, and then I'm going to use my handy dandy hotkey on my tool belt and my tool belt to fire these things up. I just got to go slow here because sometimes lag makes it so that one doesn't work and then it's hard to tell which one you didn't do. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There. Whew, all the peat's gone. Good. I actually do not. I should put burn runes on all of them. This one here does have a burn rune. This one lasts the longest simply because it's rare and it's 92 quality and it has a burn rune. This one was lent to me by Motec. All the rest of them are something like either, well, I started imping them, so I imped a few of them to 80. So these ones are 80. And then the rest are in the 70s, mid 70s, depends on how far along I got on their imping. Yeah, I do need to get around to imping them all up again, all the way up to as high as I can, and then put burn ruins on them, but I haven't quite gotten there yet. Okay. Actually, before I do that, I just want to check. Do they need to be refilled? Oh, these things take forever, so they don't need to be refilled very often. So they're each at about 10 kilograms of the 18. I think I'll just let those go a little bit longer before I handle those. All right. Now, there was a couple things that I wanted to get done today. One of them was I need to do my gardening, but the timer isn't quite up on them, and they might be before the end of the stream. But one thing I've been working on in the back here is my cacao, and I finally got to the point. This was just yesterday. I just finally planted all of these. Okay, so like I literally started with 2, and then when those were harvested, I planted those ones. I had 4 planted. Then when those were harvested, I planted those, and so on until I filled this one. And I started filling, whoops, not that one, that's my parsley, this one. Okay, so I have up to 22 here. So my next harvest, actually these 22 aren't going to be ready. So if you've done any powder planting herbs or these sorts of things, you'll know that the day you plant them, it actually takes 2 days before the first harvest, and then after that it's every day. So I just planted all 22 of these, along with maybe 8 of these or something like that, or I don't even remember how many I had here. Planted a few in here and then 22 here. So those ones aren't going to be ready. So today, when the timer comes up, I'm going to be able to pick about 20 some odd of these. I'm going to put the rest 8 in here, and then I'm going to use the remainder to make coffee. Not coffee, but this stuff, kavesi. Now, this kavesi was made because Sinsen was so kind as to let me have a little bit of the beans that he had grown, and he sent me over some, and I made some kavesi for him. And I got to keep 0.1. Now, 0.1 is surprisingly a lot of coffee. Like, it lasts a long time. Don't I use coffee beans for kavesi, not cacao? Maybe. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it is. Oh, yeah. So I have actually been pretty bad, like low on coffee. What do you make cacao for? Cacao is that for cocoa, right? Oh, right. That's for like the chocolate stuff. You're right. And I've been lagging behind on the coffee. Boy, coffee's been taking me a long time to get. But I finally got a bean, and then that became 2 beans, and then that became 4, and so on. And because of the every 2 days, it hasn't been totally doubling. So maybe I'll make some coffee. Thanks for reminding me. But anyway, since that's not quite ready yet, we'll come back and do that. Now, before I go up there, and I do kind of want to show some skilling with this coffee stuff, because boy, is it kind of crazy. And we can talk a little bit about the discussions that have been happening around that. But for now, I think I'm just going to fill everything up, because I'm going to start on some surface mining here. And so I don't really care about skill when I'm doing that. So I'm just going to fill up my food bar. Yeah. Yeah, 0.1 is like 100 doses. And that's a lot. That's a lot. I have a inkling that that might get balanced at some point. I'm not sure about whether or not... Okay, let's put it this way. I'm happy that it does that. Like, it's amazing that you can make 0.1 coffee and that can last you, like, forever. Since then, is that you? You're gonna make me go all the way back to the mailbox? Oh, you sent me a few strawberry coffee beans? Okay. You know what? I'll grab those after I do this. Thanks, though. That's very, very kind. Okay, I'll get those when I go back down. But I do want to spend a little bit of time showing you what we've been doing over here. So this is, we expanded our deed. So our deed now takes all of this ridge up to this tile, this here. Okay. And that goes all the way along. I don't know, let me peek over here. This goes all the way along. I don't know if we can see it over here. Oh, we can't quite see it because of all the trees. But our deed is right down there. And so we have like a whole region up on the top of this hill, this ridge, that's now on our deed. So we have this whole area here. And this extends quite far that way as well, past that wall. Maybe another 20 or so tiles that way. And then we extended our deed all the way to the water, essentially. I'll have to double check exactly how many tiles down the ridge we have. Oh, get over here. But it goes up here and all the way to somewhere down here. Okay, and then the land kind of dips lower over here. And then there's a flat area over there somewhere. Hey, Dreamt. What's going on? Yeah, it gives you more bang for your buck when you're using sleep bonus up to 2 times, but uses 4 times fatigue. Yeah. And Drogos. Hello. And good job, well done. What does coffee give you? Random affinities? Good question. We'll definitely get into the coffee. I'll talk deeply about the coffee, but let me get into this first, and then we'll get into the coffee stuff. So the plan is, since this region here was actually like a hill that kind of went like this, and it wasn't quite flat, and there was a person who started with us at the beginning who flattened a small area on the top and put a house. And since then that decayed, and it was a small flat area. So we have plans to build something quite large and grand over here. And so our first step is to shave off a whole bunch of land in an effort to get a larger flat area. And so our plan is to level everything to this spot here. This way we'll have this flat area all the way to however far it gives us over here. Because as we flatten things, we might get another tile or two. Maybe 1 tile more over there, flat. And then we'll have enough area here to build a large building that will encompass the entire spot. Now, we haven't counted the tiles yet, so it might actually need to be 2 buildings, depending on how much space there is. But before we get there, the first step is really to surface mine this all down. Hey, you're just new to Wurm and trying to understand everything. Awesome. Welcome to Wurm. I'm glad that you're here. And hey, Tuxie. Good morning. Although I guess it's afternoon for you guys. And Dreamt, I taught you so much with hot food cooking. Well, I'm glad. And you're playing Wurm too. Awesome. You got your premium refilled? Nice. So you're back. Yeah. I saw you were taking a little bit of break again. Definitely, Wurm is the type of game that you don't want to overdo. All right, so let's talk about coffee. So I'm going to stick just to the Kavisi for a second, just because there's a lot of options, and Kavisi seems to be the one that is the best in terms of giving you the most per bean or most per item in terms of caffeine. So when you drink a little bit of caffeine, it gives you a little buff at the top here. And that buff scales with the power of the caffeine. And each sip of the Kavisi will give you 10 power. And you can get up to 100 power. So if you take 10 sips of Kavisi, that gives you 100 power. Depending on the quality of the Kavisi, it will the buff will last up to 30 minutes at 100 quality, and it scales linearly. So this quality will give me about 20 minutes. So since then, you'll notice that the quality went down, and that was because I was experimenting with whether or not it would decay on deed in a container unsealed, and it does. So I can't leave it unsealed. It did take a decay tick. But it doesn't decay in your inventory, so just leave it in this measuring jug here. So once you have 100 power and it's lasting 20 minutes, it actually does nothing until you turn on sleep bonus. Okay, so you won't notice any difference. It actually might do the alcohol thing. So like one effect of caffeine is that it causes if you're drunk, it causes you to become undrunk quicker. Okay, so yeah, you did the same experiment putting 0.01. Yeah, I just did it with mine. I was thinking it's such a small amount, and I'm about to get a bunch more, so I wasn't too worried. But yeah. And did you notice that the status effect icon changes when you drink more to get the power up? It's so cute. I didn't actually notice. You'll notice I have the icons bigger with the numbers on them, and that's specifically for the coffee now because I want to keep track of that timer. But I actually didn't notice the icon change, but I'll have to take a look. We'll do that in a second. Or not in a second. We're going to be doing surface mining, but we'll chat about this and see. How did I set it to show the numbers? I think just there's an option here, toggle timer text. You right click it. It doesn't work really well when the size is so small because you don't. But I also feel like there's something buggy about the timer text, because if you'll notice that it looks like there's only enough room for one number. It says 4 hours, and then if it goes to like 20 minutes, let's say 20 minutes, it like bleeds onto the next timer and they overlap. Yeah, they're cut off. I know. So there's like, this is Wurm, and I know dreamt you're always on these sorts of things. Sounds like Wurm. You know exactly what it is. This is the way Wurm is. It's almost like, yeah, like when you first start noticing these things, you'll be like, what, why? But then you got to get used to that. This is the way Wurm is, and the reality of the why is mostly because there was somebody at some time years ago who programmed this text here. That person may very well have been a volunteer dev who didn't fully finish the job, who left it in an incomplete state, and then nobody else knew that this was incomplete. And then there was a change of guard, so a bunch of devs switched over and new devs come in, and nobody knows that this is something that needs to get done. And so it never gets done. And that's what ends up happening. Until the next person notices that this is something that needs to get done, and then they go and fix it. The problem is that there's like hundreds and hundreds of these kinds of things in Wurm. And yeah. But what's crazy is that they'll come out with an update like the one that just recently happened, the one that happened last week. And there is a laundry list, just a massive list of things that you're like, wow, they fixed that bug? Awesome. Like, there's just a massive list of things that, of those hundreds and hundreds of things that you wanted fixed, like they will have gotten to 8 or 9 or 10 of them. And some of them have been in the game since the very beginning, and it's like, wow, that's just awesome they fixed these things. The problem is that there's still hundreds left to go, and it's a daunting task, I'm sure. So you know. Yeah, I know that update was the biggest thing ever. 100%. It nailed like a whole whack of things. Things that just, if you had been playing Wurm, 8 years ago, there would have been people on the forums all the time bumping up threads that said, this needs to be fixed. This is like, this doesn't make sense. Why is it this way? Fix this, please. Like, I'm particularly thinking of the guard tower fix. How guard towers would get stuck in mines. Sometimes all of your guard towers, like let's say you're a new player and you finally built your first guard tower, and then like a few days later you find all of your guards are stuck in the mine. And when you call them, they don't respond. And the only way... Hey, Daniel Gang. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, and the only way to get your guards back is by waiting for them to die. Like, you'd have to wait for them to die. And then they respawn. And that could take months. And Daniel Gang, first time chatter. Cool. Yeah, so they fixed that bug, and now guards don't get caught in mines anymore. And that was a bug since, as far as I remember. It's always been a bug. Yeah, fixing bugs is like playing whack-a-mole. Yeah, I know. And they've been playing whack-a-mole for the past week, I'm sure. Hot fix after hot fix, and then realizing there's still more bugs to go. And Dreamt, you're asking, have you seen the Mojang Jira Minecraft bug tracking? That's public. The graphs are pretty clear. Catching up to the numbers issues reported is almost impossible. Yeah, totally. And like Mojang has like money, right? They have money so they can get somebody to build something that keeps track of bugs, right? Like they can spend their time to do that. Yeah, and their games on different platforms, totally. Like they're a billion-dollar company, billions of dollars. So they can afford to pull out all the stops. And yet, even when a company is that powerful, they still can't. Yeah, they still can't keep up with it all, right? And so this dev team is working on a very, very, very small budget with a very small team, a handful of devs. Like we're talking, like probably less than you can count on your hand, or the number of people who are working on this thing in total. They might have like a few volunteers here or there, but like volunteers aren't going to be producing the same output as like a paid dev, right? And so it's actually kind of a miracle. It's amazing that the devs that we have get done the stuff that they get done. It's just mind-blowing that they can run a full-fledged MMO that is a sandbox unlike any other game that's out there with the depth that this game has, and yet it's like on a skeleton crew. And so when you think about it from that perspective, you almost can't get upset that they haven't addressed this, that, or the other issue that you notice on the screens while you're playing. Because it totally has something that no other game has. And that's why I keep playing it. That's why I've been playing it for 9 years. If you have a lib priest, you can cast phantasms on them. I missed when that was said. And I don't know what phantasms does, actually. Let's see. What does phantasms do? Where's the Wurmpedia? I thought phantasms was like an illusion. Phantasms has 2 possible effects, depending on whether it's cast on a player or a non-player. Causes the outlines of enemies and allies to swap randomly every few seconds. Causes the outlines of enemies and allies. Oh, when we're talking about guard towers, it makes the target attack other entities. So causes the target to attack a nearby unit that's hostile to the caster. Oh. And did that make the guards come out of the mine when you did that? Like it forced them? Oh, okay. But wouldn't it have to be that the other thing was hostile to the caster, so you'd have to first aggro one of the guards and then get okay. That seems a bit extreme. And who has a lib priest? At least, now we have lib priests. Let's see, when was this? Okay, we're ready for another one. Right, like that's a recent change, right? That lib priests are available on Freedom. And by recent, I mean it wasn't there when I started playing. And it wasn't there for a very long time after I started playing. When did lib priests come to Freedom? Was that with the priest rework, when the player gods got removed, or was it after that? It was when NFI opened? Interesting. That's really recent. In my mind of things, the progression of Wurm, the very last thing that happened in my mind is that NFI opened. And since then, there's been some updates, but in terms of eras of Wurm, like I break down the eras like, I think of the first era that before I started, I'm not going to include because I think before I started, and then I started, and then it was up until like Pristine and Release were released, or were opened. Okay, so that like marked a big thing. Then when Xanadu opened and Pristine and Release were connected, started a whole new thing. Yeah, me too. I love Xanadu, actually. I know a lot of people don't, and for fair enough reasons. It is big. There is a little bit more lag on Xanadu compared to other servers. However, it's not as much as people say it is. It's very hard to traverse, and getting from one place to another is just crazy. But I kind of like that about Xanadu. I kind of like how large it is and how much of a world it feels like. Yeah. To me, it went Robin Hood's 2014, then NFI. Yeah. There was a couple other things that happened in there, like the uniques got reworked right around when Xanadu opened. Yeah. And then I would say the next thing in my mind would be like, I would call it the Dark Ages of Wurm, where population started declining, and it wasn't uncommon at one point to see only like 200-ish people playing at a time. And that was a dark time for Wurm. And then the announcement of the Steam servers was the next thing that happened. And next thing you know, Wurm exploded again. It's leveled off since then, but I would say things have remained healthy for Wurm. Like, there's still been an influx of new players, and people are playing and having fun. There's more people streaming now than ever before, I feel. There was like a long period of time where I felt like, we were streaming, Brian and I, and there was very few other people regularly streaming. There were people who would stream, but then it wasn't sort of like a regular thing. And then, then we got Bloody Drongo starting to do regular streams. Catspur started doing regular streams. And then there was a few other people who tried the streaming, but it wasn't like a regular thing. But recently, it's like there are people streaming Wurm, and that's really awesome to see. SFI is in a pretty sad state at the moment. I think that the people who play over on SFI are still loving it. But you're right, like in terms of population wise, it's the population is very spread thin. But you know, they're getting numbers when it comes to slayings, and impelongs. Like people are attending the impelongs. Despite the fact that NFI has more population, the recent impelong did not draw as many people as I thought it would. Hey, Zerkitten. Yeah, his Drogos. Sad, SFI is the best. Yeah, I think people who are on SFI are really still like loving it there. Perfectly happy here. Yes, Texie. Yeah, totally. So I don't know if right, like that's so Bunloose is saying what I'm saying exactly. Like it seemed like when an event is held, there's more people on SFI who will attend those events than people will attend events on NFI. It might have to do with the fact that there's a lot more new players on NFI, and so they're not aware of the events, or they're maybe not confident in, let's say, going to a slaying. Whereas on SFI, everybody is a veteran. Not everybody, but there's a large percentage of the player base over there are veterans. Whereas I would say on NFI, the large percentage of the population either started when the servers launched or started after, you know? There's still a large group of those people. And so it might not, you know, not everybody might not be confident in going to a slaying, or might not understand what an impelong is, and so impelongs do take time to attend. Like you have to commit. I'm going to stop my project. I'm going to stop my skilling. I'm going to go over to the impelong and see what's up. And it's a completely different experience. Yeah, and Syndicate, you're saying meant the population is pretty crazy to see Melody hitting numbers that Xanadu hits daily. I know. At least that's where people there and doing stuff. At least people that were there and doing stuff. Yeah, it's nice to have some space. You're okay if the crowd stays on NFI, says Tuxie. And hopefully the impelong that you're planning can pull in some better numbers. Oh, so Syndicate Gaming, you're the one doing the... Quanak, thank you so much for that Prime sub. And I was like, I saw you streaming earlier, and somebody had drawn my attention to your stream, I want to say like 3 days ago, or whenever you streamed last. And so I checked out your VoD. I'm like, oh, cool, another Wurm streamer is like, and I saw that you have been streaming for a little bit before, and so I checked in with your stream this morning. Thank you so much for that Prime sub and for hanging out. We were just well, our conversation sort of led to this idea of just the population of Wurm and NFI and SFI, the comparison, and so and then Syndicate, you just dropped a piece of information that I didn't know, but I did see your post about, what did you call it? The Witch's Impelong. Am I getting that right? That's the one that you're planning there? Let's pull up that post. Do a little bit of advertisement for you there. Whoa, okay. Forums. Yeah, the Witch Along, that's what it is. Let's make this a little bit bigger. I'm just gonna, I think it was in here. Oh, and a new post I haven't seen yet. I'm also interested in knowing the answer to this question, but this one, the Witch Along. Yeah, so this is an impelong that is being planned on Melody, which is awesome. Okay, and it's going to happen on December 27th to January 2nd, which is right over New Year's. I'm going to try to make it, but I'm also on vacation at some point there. So I have a vacation planned, and I'll have to just check the dates to see if I can make it for some of these days. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to make it for all of them, just because of that vacation. I have to double check. Can't remember the exact dates. Yeah, for you that Implong's too early, too close to the most recent one. It's a little bit early, but I'm okay. Like I like these events. They're just get-togethers, you know. One thing that was kind of surprising, actually, in the end, in hindsight, it wasn't so surprising. But there wasn't enough impers, and there was too many things to imp. And the reason why it caught me off guard was because so many Implongs in the past haven't been that way. Mostly because they were on SFI, and that there's a large proportion of veteran players over there. I think it really did highlight the fact that there on NFI there's still a large proportion of players who are not at the point where they can comfortably imp to 70, or there's not enough people who are willing to come out to an Impalong and do that for nothing. It was overwhelming for me as an imper. I was like, it just felt like for every tool that I imped, there were just two more tools got added to the pile, and it just never was getting better. So that's something to consider. The other thing was, every time I logged in, and granted, I didn't have that much time to play during the last Impalong because of work. This one here might be better depending on if I'm home, because that second is a Sunday, and then so there's a weekend before that, and this is right after Boxing Day, so this is a good time to have an Impalong, because a lot of people have time off during this time for New Year's, and then there's a weekend. So there might be more time for people to play during this time, so it's hard to say. We'll see what happens. But what I was about to say was that I felt like, based on my playtimes, there weren't like events scheduled during my playtimes, so I would log in and then it would be imping until my playtime was done, and then I'd exit, and during that time there wasn't like stuff happening, you know. I think once or twice I got to catch a GM come in and spawn a whole bunch of mobs, and so we were fighting stuff. That was kind of fun. But all the events kind of happened during my non-play times, which was unfortunate. So yeah, anyway, there's lots of information here. I'm curious to know, I'm just going to peek at this one here. 13 hearts. As topic stated, could be wise to let us know if you want to do it, or if you just had it once. Many peeps talk about it, but it's talks, no answers. So devs, GMs, owners of game, how about some information? Take care. Yeah. And, you know, okay, so my thoughts on this is, I can't imagine that the devs, I can't imagine it's to the devs' advantage to announce this before it happens. You know, marketing wise and such, for obvious reasons. I understand from the player's perspective that it might feel bad, the reasons why the devs might not say anything right now about this, but you have to understand it from the business perspective. Like, Wurm is a business. They make money. They're more of a business now than they ever been before. Before the Steam launch, Wurm got sold to a how do you call it? Like a company that's on the stock market, right? So like they got sold to a public trading company approximately 2 years ago. And so they're more of a business now than ever before. And so they need to ensure that Wurm is as profitable as they can be. But at the same time, they have a dev team that is so passionate about the game that it might not feel like it's like a business like that, but behind the scenes it is. And so if they don't say anything now, it's likely that people will buy premium now. But if they did say that they're going to have a sale in a few weeks, then they might receive less premium purchases right now. Yeah, congrats on the rare. When you do these sorts of jobs, it's like not uncommon with that rare. Okay, hold on. So I gotta go back because Syndicate, you were saying stuff. And Bun Loose as well. So you ended up hopping into the mix to at least 50, yeah. And yeah, leaving out 90% of the donations left to a very few people is very sad too, yeah. Yeah. That totally is sad. When you're trying to get events planned properly instead of what happened with the recent Impelung where times just kind of felt haphazard and no one knew what was going on when. I think they had like a schedule. It just like it was unfortunate in the sense that the time of the so this was the reason why I think the original Impelungs were happening over the winter break, and then the Halloween Impelungs only were more of a recent addition. But the Halloween Impelungs are during a time of year where I would say people are more busy and there's not much downtime for people, and so it just you almost have to be really careful when planning the times of events and stuff. During the winter holidays, especially during the time that you've scheduled your Impelung, there's a lot of downtime. It's like right between two really close holidays, like Christmas happens, Boxing Day happens, and then there's the week of Boxing, like, you know, before New Year's, right? So oftentimes, I guess on average, people in general have more downtime during that. So it'll make it easier for scheduling things, I think. Yeah, it was a fun Impelung. I totally agree. It was great. And for a very first Impelung on Northern Freedom Isles, I would call it a success. The thing is that there's no precedent, because the very first Impelung on the Southern Freedom Isles were quite a bit different, because there was a lot more. It was more of like a close-knit group of people, right? Like Impelungs did not begin as these full-on community events. What they began as is like an alliance would get together with a group of players, like just alliance or a couple alliances, friends and so on, would just get together to imp each other's stuff. Like that's how Impelungs began. And it was more of an organic thing. They weren't always these event-filled things. It was just people getting together to help each other imp each other's tools. And they evolved into what they are today. And these events that got tacked onto them were just, again, these were like organically occurring things. Like, for example, Gumbo, who was a very, he was a very veteran player at the time, way back in the day, and he would hold these events, like just a Deal or No Deal game would happen sporadically in the Freedom chat. Just he would start a Deal or No Deal. That would be a regular thing. So all of a sudden, Deal or No Deal became a thing that happened at Impelungs, because it was just Gumbo would be there and he'd be like, I'll do a Deal or No Deal game at the Impelung. That sort of started this whole thing where these events got added to them, right? So like Impelongs on SFI sort of built up. So this new NFI one was kind of like they kind of are starting from the framework that SFI had. And I almost feel like NFI is not quite developed to that point where they can hold those massive event-filled, but yet the organizers did a really good job organizing it. I think that they put a lot of effort into it, and there was a lot of fun stuff happening. But it's a learning experience for sure. I bet you if Willow were here, she would say Impelongs are just a big learning experience. Hey Taiki and Swamp Banjo. Oh, you're Opie, of course. I actually noticed that you changed your name to Swamp Banjo. How's it going? Everything has been well. Things are going well. I hope things are good with you too. Yeah. For sure, I learned a lot. Yeah, totally. Boxing Day is the day after Christmas. Yeah. Boxing. Not sure why it's called Boxing Day. But if I had to guess, it probably has something to do with like actual boxing, like actual putting things into boxes. It's when Canadians get to fight over who gets to bring home the family moose trophy. Oh, you don't get that in Europe? Boxing Day? It's like the day after Christmas. It feels to me like a corporate thing in the same way that Black Friday is. Right? Like Black Friday is like people go crazy over Black Friday, but it really just stemmed from the fact that, you know, stores want to get rid of a lot of their stuff in preparation for stocking the shelves for the Christmas holidays, right? So Black Friday became like this event. Some might even call it a holiday. Because the stores put on sales to get rid of all the things on their shelves, essentially. Right, and so I feel like Boxing Day is similar. After Christmas, the stores want to get rid of all their Christmas stuff. Right, and so it's a event. I wouldn't call it a holiday in the sense that it's not like, I mean, it is a holiday. For some odd reason, it's a holiday, but it's like a holiday of corporate money making. So it's kind of a weird kind of holiday. But you definitely get lots of sales for it. And it's because the stores are trying to get rid of all their Christmas stuff. But you think actual boxing events do happen on Boxing Day now? Because, I mean, common sense. Maybe. Yeah. A lot of it ties to distributions to the poor, basically. Yeah. From now on until mid-January, there's just sales, sales, sales. Exactly. Hey, Gaffer. Good morning. Your mom used to say that it was when you box up the gifts you didn't want to return them to the stores. Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, totally. So yeah, but I think that it does set a tone for that week, right? Like it's the week after Christmas, and all the stores are trying to get rid of their stuff. And so a lot of people spend that time just, you know, browsing the deals, looking to see what they can buy. And because a lot of people have downtime during that time, like, you know, days off from Christmas and days off for New Year's coming up, and some people just get the whole time between Christmas and New Year's off. Depends on what you do. Or unless you work in retail, and then that's like the busiest time of year. So of course it depends. I don't want to say everybody gets time off then, but I think on average the population gets time off there. Yeah, I am using one of those Titan chairs. It's a Secret Lab Titan. I really enjoy it. You know, I've been sitting on it for a while now. I have problems with chairs. I think everybody has problem with chairs if they sit for a long time. So It's just the regular kind of problems that I have with chairs. And this one was better than most every chair that I've sat in terms of the time I can sit before pain sets in. But pain does eventually set in no matter what chair you're sitting on. You could be sitting on the comfiest cloud. And I think it has more to do with just being stationary than anything. Your posture's horrible, so you break a lot of chairs, yeah. And what I like about this one, well, here's the thing. I've had it for a couple years now, and it's starting to, there's some things on it that are starting to not feel as robust as they used to. And one of them is the arm rests. The arm rests have become very loose. And I'm gonna contact Secret Lab and see if I can get. It's past warranty, of course, right? Because it's been a couple years. I think it's a 1-year warranty. I'll have to double check just to make sure the warranty is up. But I'm gonna have a few words with them because it only just started relatively recently. This shakiness of the armrest, and I think it's because I often put my weight on the armrests when I readjust myself. So I'll like grab the armrest and I'll push myself like this and I'll sort of readjust just to get some motion in my hips. I also have gotten a thin sort of seating pillow to put on the base so that it helps. Yeah, $500 for a chair. You do the same with the armrests, and after time it puts a lot of toll. Exactly, yeah, it puts a toll on them for sure. So perks for working at a school: get the whole time off. Yes, and that is definitely. So, are you saying that because you know I work at a school, or is it because you work at a school, Syndicate? Because I'm a teacher, and so I do get that time off. Boy, and I definitely feel like I need that time off. For those people who've never taught or don't know anybody who teaches, it is a hard job. You work at a school, you drive vans, yeah. Okay, so you know you get those holidays. Teaching it can wear people thin. I've seen people come through and just get destroyed by the job. So I teach high school math and physics. The last couple of years have been really, really, really hard. In addition to the pandemic, which definitely is the obvious reason why things have been hard, and that's been hard for everybody. It's not just teachers, but it's the uncertainty and everything. Where I live in Ontario, there was right before the pandemic, at the end of 2019, the government of Ontario decided that they're going to attack teachers, and they made insane statements that just spelt the deterioration of our education system. Okay, they essentially were saying things like, we want more students in each class so that they don't have to hire as many teachers. And already as it is, there's too many students in each class, so they want to raise that. And the amount that they wanted to raise that by was an obscene amount. Like it was like every teacher's going to see 8 more students in their class or something stupid like that. When we already have 30 students, it's like having 8 more in each class is just kind of like that doesn't feel like it's going to work. And then they wanted to do all sorts of other things like I don't even want to go through the list. It was so bad. And so of course I know. And so of course the teachers started a striking sort of motion. However, the government had just recently passed legislation that if teachers strike, then they can just legislate us back. Just before this, so they set it all up so that we wouldn't be able to fight against it. And so, yet we fought against it as best as we could, and it was hard during that time. Teachers lost quite a bit of pay because for every, like, we did do these strikes, they were rolling strikes, and so we sort of did these strategic strikes that would prevent them from being able to legislate us back. But we went without pay during that time, right? So we ended up losing a whole bunch of money, and that money was saved by the government, and it all just felt like the government was winning during that time. And in the end, the government got not fully everything that they wanted, but they did increase the class sizes. They did get a bunch of other stuff that they wanted. And then the pandemic hit right after that, as we were all suffering from that loss. And then it was just uncertainty and not knowing what was happening. And then we were all told we were going to be teaching online, and everybody's trying to figure that out. And it was just stressful. Yeah, Ford, exactly. We just got news, though, that he announced that over this time he has saved $500 million, and like they're spending $500 million less on education now. Yay, Ford. You know what he wants to do with it? Is tear down the Holland View Marsh to build a highway for $6 billion. So take it from the education, take it from the healthcare, and tear down our natural environments here and build highways through it. That's his plan. I know, exactly. I really have a feeling the citizens of Ontario are going to be mad. And I'm really hoping that he doesn't end up going through with it. I know, exactly. And I'm hearing stories from, like, especially elementary schools are hit so hard, like where there'll be like 30 kids in a kindergarten class where 4 of them are types of students who would normally be in separate classes for things like autism and special needs and things like that. They would normally have their own classroom, but because there's not enough money, they can't fund them. So they'll have like 30 kindergarten kids where 5 of them are behavioral or autistic, and the whole day is just dealing with those kids. Like, and I'm just thinking, man, if I had kids that went to kindergarten and that's what their experience would be. I know it's 30 kids, 30 kindergarten kids. And some of them are just flailing, yelling the whole time. Unfortunately. And that's the ridiculous, like, it's getting out of control, I feel. It's getting out of control. Fortunate to be in America. Like, what's going on there? This is America's stick. I know. Yeah. It's hard. We're coming, like, I think it's, what is it? 1 year more and there's going to be an election. Like, I think we're coming to the end of his term. We're just trying to, like, hopefully he doesn't do any more big damage before we can get him out of there. Yeah. Oh. One thing that has been positive that's come out of all of this is that I think the public, like the general public, has been more on the teacher's side than ever before. Like, I think normally in the past, it's like the general public has been against teachers because, you know, teachers get summers off and teachers, like, you know, get paid whatever they get paid. Like, it's always been like parents against the teachers. And then anytime the politicians would try to take something away from the teachers, all the parents would be like, yeah, take it away from the teachers. Teachers don't deserve all that. And so this time around, though, during the Ford strikes and stuff like that, it's actually been a complete 180 turnaround where the parents and the community have been very supportive of the teachers. So that's definitely a positive thing, because I think people are against Ford in general. I feel like, right? And COVID, exactly. And parents during COVID are seeing more about what teaching looks like, you know? Yeah, maybe if you reverse the curriculum, teach 5-year-olds AP calculus and seniors high school now to eat with a fork and a spoon, we'll see improvements. Same with Kenny, but you're in Alberta and I'm probably stuck. Yeah, I know. I hear that, the West Coast provinces have had it bad for a long time. Like, it's not like it's been bad with Ford, but before that, it was actually, we had a government that was very supportive of education. And so we've been, lucky during that era. But yeah, I know the West provinces have been really suffering with the politicians over there. Move to Finland. Teaching is a super respectable job here and extremely difficult to become one. Yes, I have heard that. I mean, it's hard to move countries just on a whim. I feel very rooted here. Canada is my home. So to uproot my family and move to a country where people speak a language that I don't understand and where I wouldn't be certain to get a job there. I mean, I view myself as a good teacher, and I do the best job I possibly can do. It's hard to know whether if I move over there, let's say, I could get a teaching job. I would definitely try my all at it. And I know that teaching is respected there. And I wish, as I said, things are turning around here where the general public is starting to respect teaching more and more because parents have been able to get a view into the classroom through the online learning. And they are quickly seeing the efforts and the task that the teacher must, deal with. Yeah, oh my God, take my kids back, please. Yeah, it's like when the parents are struggling with just their kids, and then they notice, like, the teacher has to deal with 25 kids just like their kid all at once. And then there's Johnny over here who likes to stick metal objects into the electrical socket, at the same time as Sally over here is pulling the pigtails of so-and-so. Like, it's just and at the same time you're trying to teach them math and reading and writing. Boy. And that's like simplifying the situation. Like, that's making a cartoon of it. However, there is a lot of reality that happens in a classroom. There's a lot of reality. And that the number one job of a teacher is to make a connection, a relationship with each and every one of these individuals. And that is not easy. You have to be very open and very loving and caring and just patient. And during the times that most normal people would just have a meltdown, you have to hold it together and be calm and relaxed and caring. Like, it is emotionally draining. Like, and it's that part that causes most people to have, it's the emotional part that causes teachers to break down. It's really been great to see all the strikes going on and workers' rights pushed in general. Yeah, totally. You love Canada. You picked it and uprooted to here. Yeah. Canada is great. I mean, it's not perfect, but I love it here. Your physics you were good at. Chemistry you dreaded it. Only when we played with fire did I do well on that. I also didn't do very good in chemistry. I took chemistry in university too, and something about it I just couldn't click with. You literally had a kid named John who let a snake out during literature class, but I went to high school in the Deep South, so not surprising. Yeah, and how the heck can you do that with 38 kids? I know, just like add more kids to my workload. Please, no thank you. I know, exactly. Like if you break it down to like how much time you have to spend on each individual kid. Like as a high school teacher, I see each of my students. Okay, right now it's different, but in regular years, you see your students each class for an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, so 75 minutes, and there's 25 kids in there, let's say. So you work that out. Like, if I spent that whole time just only trying to make a connection with each of them, that's 3 minutes each, right? Like, let's suppose you say, okay, well, why don't you spend that day just, calling each individual student over and just having a chat with them to check in with their work. You can look at their work and give them feedback and whatever like that, right? So if I did that, I would only get to see each kid for 3 minutes, and like, what am I going to accomplish in that 3 minutes with each kid? Like, it's unreasonable to expect that I'm able to conference with, let's say, each of my students. Could you imagine? Like, you have to conference with 75 kids? Because, like, I'll have to teach 3 classes every day, and each class has 25 kids, and each of those kids have 2 parents that you have to, like, contact. It's like, there's not enough minutes in a day. There's just not enough minutes. Totally. University chemistry was more interesting. Uni just seemed easier, more closest. Yeah. Like, it's easier when the professor like knows what they're doing and they're explaining it. Like, how do you teach 30 plus kids? Then come to Wurm Online and Service Mine. That's bad. I know. Wurm is a godsend, honestly. Wurm is where I can just detach from the emotional whirlwind of the day. Right? So that's the way I look at it, and that's the way I experience Wurm. Wurm is definitely an unwind for me, where I can just come in, I'm only focusing on me and surface mining, and it's like, when you have, like, your day is just like loaded with just crazy amount of experiences, and your mind is just reeling of all those conversations that you had with all the kids, and the principal came and you had a conversation with them, the other teachers, you're conversing with them. It's like, you come home and you're just overloaded. And then to come into Wurm and just, all I got to do is surface mine. And it's like, I can just bring it down, just unwind and relax. Boy, I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have something like this to be able to unwind with. So, Tuxie, you did a workshop yesterday and was intensely demanding, and that was with adults. I honestly can't imagine trying to do that with a room full of kids every day, day after day. You have to have a lot to give. Yeah. And, like with streaming as well, like, my wife tells me, you give a lot to the stream, like, to your streaming. You give a lot. And it's like, I think to me, it's just because I teach, it's like natural to just do the giving, like just natural to, interact. And yeah, I love it. And that's why I love teaching. Like, I love teaching. I love it. There's nothing like it for me. It is definitely a very giving thing. You have to be giving the whole time. Some high school teachers care, but uni was just more laid back. But it is probably my bad experience with teachers. Yeah. All the things I'm describing about, like, the emotional whirlwind that teaching is, it does play a factor in creating those teachers that most, students would experience as bad teachers. It's not like these people are bad people. It's that they're put into a situation that is overloading for them. And so they cope with that. Like, you'll have memories of, like, these strict teachers. They're so strict, or they have a particular way, and it doesn't make sense why they're doing it that way. The reason why they're doing it that way is because that's the way they can cope with the situation. They are human, And they are just coping with a bad situation in the best way they can, and that's the way they do it. And they might feel cold, they might not be feeling connecting with you, but it's because they're overloaded with trying to connect with everybody. Like, it's unfortunate reality of the situation. And the only way to fix that situation, if let's say a government wants to create a loving, caring building in their schools, the way to do that is to support the teachers on an individual level. Help those teachers with reducing the amount of emotional overload that they get every day. Give them a chance to like unwind and just be, in a more calm environment for themselves. Like, if you support the teachers, then it gives the teachers the ability to support the students, Fortunately, it's not. The school boards and the governments don't look at it this way. They look at teachers like worker ants. And they think, if we can just give those worker ants just a little bit more work, then we can remove all these worker ants, and then we don't have to pay them, and we can save a little bit more money. So let's just keep doing that. Keep loading the worker ants until they're just on the verge of breaking. That's how I feel like it is. Even through the pandemic, by the way, it was just like that. They just kept loading. And when we came back this school year, it's been worse than I've ever experienced it before. This school year, I'm feeling pulled and pushed more than I've ever felt it before. From the administration, from the parents, from the school board, everything is just, we're overloaded. And we chat about this in the, on lunches and stuff with the other teachers. Like, we would say, like, do you feel like there's more memos coming towards us every day than ever before, and there's more things that we have to keep track of, and there's more and that's a reality that we're in right now. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, and so Tuxie, going back to your workshop, there's only 15 people, and you struggled to get enough time to spend with each person to get their questions answered. 30 is unimaginable. Yes, exactly. Next semester, I have 2 groups of 30 that I have to teach calculus to. So 2 groups. That's 60 individuals. And it's going to be a day in, day out. Every day. Like, this year, it's worse than ever because the government said, students shall not have more than 2 classes each day, because they don't want them intermixing with more than 2 classes each day. This is to minimize the spread of COVID. What this means is each of your classes are going to be 2.5 hours. And then we're going to go on a week 1, week 2 situation where on week 1 you see your first 2 classes, and week 2 you see your other 2 classes. So from the perspective of the kids, they're going to come into their math class for 1 week, 2.5 hour periods every single day. And then the next week, they're not going to see math the whole week. And from the government's perspective, they're like, what? Like, we double the time that we see each other, like that they're in class, and half the amount of times that they're in class? What could go wrong? That's like the same amount of time, isn't it? No, it is not the same. It is way worse this way. American high school. We expect you to remember these 5 different equations and when you use them, and when to use them on tests. American Uni. Here's a list of the equations you use. Don't bother memorizing them. There is not a point in stressing yourself out more. Yeah. Yeah, and I tell them the same thing. I'm more of the don't bother memorizing them. If you memorize them, you're not actually learning them. Yeah. We need to start acting like a real high school class. Who is sticking a fork in a metal socket? I vote Taiki. I will drag the alligators out of the back truck and put it on the property before school starts. I think I like streaming because Twitch chat is filled with people that wants to learn rather than a bunch of kids who are there because they have to. Yeah, that's part of it, totally. But I am lucky. I am lucky to live in a place where the students are motivated to do well. Not all of them, but there's a good majority of the students who are motivated to do well. And I would say I do a pretty good job at fueling that motivation as well. So when you look at my class, it probably looks a lot different than what the typical stereotypical type of high school class looks like. So in general, the students are hardworking, and I have them set up so that they know what they're responsible for, and they're independent. Not all of them, but there's a good majority of them that are independent learners who don't need to be told twice, and they work on their work, and they ask questions when they need to ask questions. They're not naturally like that. It takes a combination of parents and teachers. Both parents and teachers have to be of the right mindset in order to produce a high school classroom where the students are head down in their books and really motivated to learn. Is calculus required for high school? No, it is not. It was voluntary if you were advanced, but it counted as uni credit, so I went ahead and did it. Only 8 students in the class, so it was super chill. Yeah. No, it's not. It's definitely not required here. In Canada, you only have to take 3 math classes in high school, and high school in Ontario is only 4 years. Okay, so you have to take grade 9. So it's grade 9, 10, 11, 12. That's high school in Ontario. So you have to take grade 9 math, grade 10 math, and grade 11 math. Each of the maths have levels, so you can choose what level that you would like. So if you're not, let's say, a strong math student and it causes you a lot of stress, and you don't feel like you'll be successful in one of the higher level maths, you could take a lower level math and it'll count towards your 3 math credits. When you get to grade 12, if you've gone through the highest level math in grade 11, then you now have the option to take grade 12 advanced functions in calculus. Those are 2 separate classes, and they're one after the other. So advanced functions, this is where you learn about functions more deeply, trigonometry, and that sort of stuff. And that's a prerequisite for taking calculus, because of course calculus is the study of the change in functions, the rate of change of functions. So yeah, that's how it works in Canada. Your last required math in high school that you went was trig. Yeah, I know. In the States, they almost like separate the topics of math into their own classes, in their own courses, which is strange to me. Because, of course, to me, trig involves a lot of algebra, but also geometry. Like, it's like a combination of algebra and geometry. Yet, in the States, it's like geometry is like a separate course than algebra. I don't know. To me, they're the same thing. To me, they're the same exact thing, just viewed from a different perspective. So I think it's not a good strategy to separate them. They kind of like interlock with each other. And Drogos, you wish you could do math. You don't want to learn it though. You just want to know it. Well, such is the way of the world. In order to know something, you must learn it first. What you want is like that Matrix, like the plug myself in, and now I know Kung Fu. Let's see here. Syndicate, I must have said something that you responded and it said, I guess that gives you time to connect. I actually went to a school that did that years ago. It was kind of nice, to be honest. You got, oh, I see what you're saying with the 2-hour classes. It does give me a little bit more time to connect, but you got to remember that I got to still cover the same amount of material, and so every minute that I spend not covering the material is one less minute. And so I am finding that under this system, I'm actually getting about half as much teaching done as I normally do, which I'm not too concerned with, although I feel bad for the students who have to go on to the next year, right? But yeah, you got 1 week on with the crappy classes and then a week off from them. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, some students are probably in that situation. Well, Taiki, if you want a perm for your hair, sticking a fork in a socket will save you some money. Yep. Fact, OP. Yeah. You need to get all of my math classes into Wurm so they can do all the math equations when mining a large area for you. Yeah. One of the things I love about Wurm, is the math. Like, I see math in Wurm everywhere. And just thinking about things mathematically enhances my experience with Wurm. Yeah, so that's one thing I love about it. So pre-calc was your final class, not actually calc. You're bad. Oh, okay. 9th algebra, 10th geometry, 11th algebra 2, 12th trig. Yeah, look at the code for Wurm Unlimited. You will be drowned in math. The math is good. The code is doo-doo. And since then you wish you knew math better, my Wurm science would be so much better and easier. Honestly, since then I feel like you think mathematically more than you think you do. It might just be like formal mathematics is kind of boring. You know, applied mathematics where it's at for most people. The unfortunate part about applied mathematics is you got to learn a little bit of the formal stuff first before you can apply it, right? Like, if you think about it this way, let's say you're learning a new instrument and you're learning music for the very first time. Well, you gotta first learn about the notes, where to place your fingers and how to do the thing with the instrument. You got to learn all the fundamentals, and it's just a grind where the sounds that are coming out of your instrument are no good and it hurts. Your fingers hurt. It depends on the instrument, of course, but like some instruments it's hurting you and you have to build up a resilience to it, and it's not sounding good, and so it's not fun, right? Like, yeah, guitar definitely hurts, totally. And so you have to go through that, and that has to last some time before it stops hurting, before like you now have in your mind where all the notes are, and you don't have to think about where the notes are, and it takes a little bit each day, and it's like over a long period of time. But you got to do that before you do the applied music bit, where you get to just make the music, and the music is coming from your soul, and it's coming out out of the instrument, and it's like, that's where the fun part is for sure. And everybody wants to get to that point. But you can't just go to there from the beginning. You have to put in the hard work that doesn't feel good, that doesn't feel like you're getting anywhere. But after a few months of doing that, you start realizing like, oh, I now kind of know some stuff, and I feel like when I string these things together, it sounds beautiful. And, you know, like math is the exact same way. And so a lot of people don't really resonate with math at the beginning because they're experiencing the painful part of math that's necessary and that's hard, and they don't want to go any further, and so they stop. It's the same thing. But then you get to a point in math where you start making the connections. Like, you start seeing like, oh, that thing over there, like, and this thing over here, like, these things like kind of play with each other, and like, what if I do this and that does this with this other thing, and like all of a sudden things are starting to click, and you can now see how that mathematical structure applies to something that happens in Wurm. You know? Yeah. So Wurm, what I love about Wurm is that it is a very good simulation of what I like to think of as the dichotomy between pure math and like computation, where I think now of computation as something where a sequence of events must occur before you can figure out what the next thing is. And this is kind of like how life is, like real life. Events occur, and those events allow other events to occur. Okay, and that it has to happen in a sequence. Whereas with pure math, there's no sequence. It's like you can look at the whole thing from beginning to end, back and forwards. There's like, if you start plotting time, for example, you can go backwards in time. You can go into negative time. Like mathematics doesn't really have a sequence of things that are happening one after the other. And trying to apply the pure math onto a computation is actually something that is really exciting to me. I really like the idea of it. It usually involves statistics because events are occurring and those events have some probabilistic distribution and so on. Oh, you're off for your walk. Have a good one. All right, Syndicate Gaming. Yeah, I'll see you later. Yeah, so anyway, that's like, I love that about Wurm, and I love that about math, and that's... So Swamp Banjo, computer science was your major in uni. You switched over to software engineer, but damn the math. But chaos theory was by far the most fun class you ever took. Nice. Yeah, chaos theory, that's super important for computation. You did barely any math studying in school, which hurts my Wurm scientist career. But as I said, I feel like you think mathematically at least a little bit here, and I think that you should just foster that because you would be surprised that pure math is actually very similar to that intuitive math. The only difference is that it formalizes it into a language that can be written and communicated with. Okay, that's the way you should think about it. So this intuition about how numbers work, and like if I add some stuff to this, I can kind of see how it's going to work. And pure math is literally just a formal way of writing that feeling, that intuition, and so that somebody else can read it and get that intuition. But it's hard to look at it that way when you don't understand the grammar or syntax or it all looks so confusing. The analogy is, let's suppose you know how to speak and communicate, but you don't know how to read or write. Okay, like let's say you don't know how to read or write, but you can talk. Because you have the ideas, the ideas make sense, and you can say the ideas because you know the words, like the sound I need to make with my mouth so that the other person knows my ideas. Okay, so like if you have that, but you've never learned to read or write, okay, then the process of learning to read and write it's not easy, right? It's really hard. And a lot of us kind of don't have that experience because if we learned to read or write when we were really young, we don't really have a memory of how hard it was or how much time it actually took for us. Okay, but if you imagine like there's an adult who has no reading or writing capability, that adult will have a really hard time struggling with learning how to read and write. So from the perspective of somebody who knows how to read and write, it's like to them it's like fluent. There's like fluency, and once you have the fluency, you see the advantages of knowing how to read and write. There are advantages. Even for your own self, to write some stuff down for your own self, like there's an advantage because it offloads the stuff that's in your brain onto the paper so you can see the whole thing from beginning to end. There's an advantage to that, and in math it's the same way. We have like this intuitive thing about, like we can think about the math, we can get an idea of how things work, we kind of know, but if we're able to offload that onto the page so that it frees up our mind to expand on that, okay, like it's exactly the same thing that happens with math. But you need a formal way of writing your idea down, and so mathematics is just that big formal stuff. Your only math language you know is add, subtract, multiply, divide, brackets. Yeah. I'm now teaching this grade 9 math course that's like bunch of students in that math course are very okay, this year the math changed, like that course changed. So it used to be 2 levels. There was like a lower level and a higher level. And this year the Ford government decided it would be a good idea to just merge those 2 into one class, probably to save money. But their justification was so that it gives everybody the same opportunity. You know, we live in a weird time now where equal opportunity is a thing. So in my class, I have students who are like way up at the top, who are even like they're coding and they're already thinking about like higher level math, and have no problems with the grade 9 level math. And then I have other students who are, I mean, partially due to the pandemic and the experiences they've had through that, and just they're just, you know, even adding and subtracting is like tough for these students. And so like I have a massive range, so I have to like change the way I think about how to teach these kids. I almost forget where I'm going with this. I had a point. It'll come back to me. Right. Oh, yes. I know exactly where I'm going now. So I started having to relearn, like, where is it? Like, what is the thing? Because, like, if let's say a student does figure out how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide, how do I get them from there to, let's say, calculus or to algebra or whatever, like the next step? And I think the one thing I made a realization here, teaching these lower students in the context of a higher math, was that the idea of a variable is actually kind of hard to wrap one's mind around. And I think that once one understands the idea of a variable, like what is a variable and how it functions, I think that goes a long way to understanding algebra as a whole. Because all that algebra is adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing with variables. It's like nothing more than that. And then, you know, a lot of the students that I'm teaching, I made the realization that in their mind, what they're really struggling with is, why are we using a variable? Like, why are we using a letter to represent a number? Like, it makes no sense at first. And then I made that realization. I'm like, oh, like, boy, maybe if I could just show them something that indicates why a variable is so powerful. And it is a powerful idea. Like, this is like, if you have a full understanding of why variables are used, I think that bridges the gap between just basic arithmetic and literally calculus, like the highest level of math. And maybe that's something that, like, if you're that type like Drogos or Sinsen who want to know math more, like they have this desire but like don't know where to begin because math seems so large. Although I know, Drogos, you're a computer guy. You understand the idea of a variable and why variables like are so powerful. Not only can variables store information and hold on to it, you can change what that value is. And on top of that, you can also have a variable for something you don't even know what it is. And it just holds on to that spot for a second while you're trying to figure it out. That gives you so much flexibility with numbers. You can represent something you don't know as a number and then add, subtract, multiply, and divide with it, even though you don't know what it is. And that oftentimes leads you to understanding what is the nature of that thing. Oh yeah, now he's going off on imaginary numbers. Actually, not quite, but yeah, imaginary numbers are something to add to the mix. But I would say imaginary numbers are like something that are only interesting in the applied application of them. The application of imaginary numbers is really important, really exciting, but like actually learning imaginary numbers without context is just like super dry. So every situation our chaos theory professor gave us required us to code. So if it fit the software engineering very well. Using Python, of course, making visual representations. Nice. You wish math was presented this way when I was a kid, because then I might have had a better chance of learning it in school. I didn't get along with the learn it because I told you so. I know. I totally agree with that sentiment. I never jived with a teacher who had that attitude. Doesn't work as a teaching strategy. You actually remember the feeling when the concept of a variable clicked for me. I still never got into math, but I do remember when that particular concept suddenly made sense. It really was hard to get around it for sure. Yeah. Normally, my normal experience is a grade 9 student comes in and they kind of already have learned about variables. They kind of already know how, at least at the basic level, how to use a variable. And so taking them from there, where they kind of already have an idea of it, to like fully understanding it, like that part was easy. It's just now I'm encountering, and this is for the first time, students who literally don't like they're at a place where just the adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing is still not fully formed in their mind. Like they're still struggling with that. They still need practice with that part, and so they're not quite ready for the variable part. And yet I'm not even responsible for teaching them the adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing. You look through the curriculum for grade 9 and it's like nowhere does it say learn how to add numbers, subtract numbers, because it was expected that they learned that in grade 4, and then they learned it again in grade 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. So I think, again, due to the pandemic and these kids not learning anything online, because online is a terrible forum for these kids, a lot of them. And then they're also the type of students who might normally have been in the lower level math, where they would start with more basic things, and now they're all in the same class, and it's like, boy. Yeah. Sure, you just don't know many functions and what they offer. Like you remember log, a yeah, like our conversation that we had before. Yeah. Yeah. And each one of those functions requires just log on its own, for example, kind of requires a whole bunch of stuff to know. I would say that if you're interested in learning about logs, because they are important and actually quite interesting, that one of the ones that we were looking at before, I think that one's like an easy picking, like a low-hanging fruit that you could probably watch. I'm going to recommend to you somebody who I love and how they explain these sorts of things. It's called, I'll just link the YouTube video, the YouTube channel. It's 3 blue, 1 brown. Okay. So, and then this goes for anybody who's interested in learning higher level math in an easy access to it. It's explained in a visual way and, algebraic way, but mostly visual, and in a way that is done in like just beautiful way. And this guy has videos that are really high level. I would highly recommend starting with his lower level stuff, if you're there. But if you go to the playlist, for example, he has this series called Lockdown Math, in which when the lockdown happened, he held these live streams, 11 of them, that were designed to teach a mixture of high school and lower level university concepts like logarithms and trigonometry and these sorts of things in a very nice visual and concrete way. I'm just going to link this here for you guys to go check his channel. In addition, he'll have series on particular topics like linear algebra. If you're at the point where you understand variables and expressions and functions at a basic level, and you don't quite understand what is the big deal about calculus, I definitely recommend the Essence of Calculus series. it's 12 episodes. It definitely gets tough somewhere in the middle there. And he goes like really high level, but the beginning few videos there are just top notch. Like this is like the best in the world way of explaining things. He is a university professor at, I want to say, Stanford. I don't know where he is actually, but one of the big big universities in the States. And he's really just one of the first people to really try to create YouTube videos that take the full potential of computers to visually represent mathematics. He created his own Python library that allows him to create mathematical animations that fit his particular needs. And so, and he made it open source, so you can actually get his library and play around with it to create nice visual animations. It's literally an animation library, but for animating graphs and functions and these sorts of things. And 4 million subs is nothing to scoff at. Yeah, exactly. It's quite dense. Like he definitely tackles really high level stuff, but he also tackles the job of trying to make math accessible and to try to demonstrate the beauty of mathematics and to make it like visceral and everyday sort of experiences. So he has a lot of that in it, and so I highly recommend. Linear algebra. Glad you subhighlighted that class by the skin of your teeth. Me too. Actually, I had that exact same experience. I passed linear algebra in first year, like barely. Second year linear algebra, I passed better. Third year, I got an A. Fourth year, I was like flying. For me, mathematics was like a journey where it started out rough, where I had professors who I didn't really jive with, and it wasn't explained quite right. But there was a moment where like the beauty of it, like the connection of it started to click with me. Once I saw the reason why we were doing all these like generic things, and like that thing I was talking about before where like the musical instrument hurts at first. Once I got over that, and I started seeing like the connections and how to channel the mathematics to solve problems that are on my mind, that's when it started like becoming like amazing. And for you, it was endless torment, no matter, for no apparent reason. Yeah. The other thing there's like a mindset that is kind of hard to achieve. When the mindset is that suffering is good. Like up to a point, right? Obviously, but like as I said, like the type of suffering that you have at the beginning of learning a musical instrument is the suffering, like that suffering is the thing that is going to make you better. Okay, so there's like a certain amount of pain, there's a certain amount of torment that must be endured in order to become great at something. Okay, so having that as a mindset out from the beginning is extremely powerful at pushing you through it and getting you to the other side. And so for a lot of high school students, they don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. They don't see what it's going to be like. They just see the torment, and then what ends up happening is they wallow in the torment. They say things to themselves like, "This is horrible. I'll never do this. I'll never be able to do this. I'm so bad at this. This sucks. I can't stand it." And they're just cycling that in their minds, right? And that only leads one way. That leads just a spiral downwards, and it takes something to sort of like embrace that torment and just be like, okay, it sucks, but I see it at the end. I see that I'm going to be better off for it. You know, suffering is good. Enrolls in math 55 at Harvard. Well, there definitely is something to be said about making sure that you are able to bite off more than bite off what you can chew, right? So like you can't be in a place where you're learning stuff that is leaps and bounds above where your current level is, right? Math 55 and me would be like swallowing a cow on my first bite. Exactly. You gotta learn. Suffering is good. Factional fight. I mean, I don't want to say suffering is like the best thing ever, but a certain amount of suffering, a certain amount of stress, a certain amount of struggle will make a person better in the long run. A certain amount, yeah. Finding that certain amount, that's a tricky business, and yeah, continual is not good. Totally. You don't want to always be suffering. You need to ride a fine line, and this is the job of the teacher. The teacher is to identify that line for each individual student and try to help that student ride that line of doing things that are hard, that are but that they are capable of doing, and then pushing them forward like that. It's hard, but that's sort of like when, like from an adult perspective, I think most adults can resonate with this idea. They kind of see that a certain amount of suffering is good and a certain amount of struggle is good, but nobody wants to subject themselves to the suffering. That's why it's hard for people to learn new things, because they start learning and then they feel it's kind of sucks, and then they get turned off by it. But, adults can learn new things, and I think that if you go into a new thing that you want to learn, that you're motivated to learn, you have to first acknowledge there's going to be suffering, there's going to be struggle, and then you got to push yourself a little bit each day, and just take baby steps. Struggle, and then struggle again. Struggle some more. Exactly. It's the reason. It's like the end. So adults have a really good, our brains are now formed to be able to plan for the future and to see, high school students, their brains aren't fully formed. They're not thinking about what it's going to look like after high school. They're thinking about what it's going to look like tonight when they're partying with their friends or whatever else. That's what's on their mind. Suffering is good, which explains surface finding. So Xander Wild, you changed schools halfway through high school that did credits differently. So credits I had already were double meaning. Were double meaning. I had more than I needed, with more things to graduate. They said I should still take advanced classes anyway, but being lazy, the kid I was, I said, haha, no thanks. Yeah. Actually having a minor experience like that where, in high school, I was not a good student. I was not a good student because of all the reasons why you all were saying before. Bad teachers, bad experiences, and I was also thinking about just what was going on tonight and not thinking about my future. And so I was a bad student. So when I got time to apply to university, no university would accept me. So I ended up having to go to, in the States, you would call it community college. Here, we just call it college. In Canada, when we say college, we mean community college, not university. And these are more like, they're just kind of like a baby step up from high school. Classes are still like 30 or 25 kids in the class, and you're rotating through your classes like you do in high school. And it was there that I met a group of people who were more studious than I was used to, than my friends from high school. They actually went to study together, and so I would join along, study with them, and I started realizing this studying thing is actually not so bad, because if I do it in a social setting with other people, I get to hang out with them, and at the end of the day, learning, when you come out of an experience where you learn something and you feel like you actually gained a new skill, that's actually a good feeling. So I started learning that, and I started trying to strive for more of that. If I just kept hanging out with these guys, I'll get to socialize. We went out and partied as well. After the library, we would go to the bar. So it was great fun. And I felt like I was actually getting better, right, at stuff, and that felt good. And so with that mentality, and I wasn't the course I was taking, like the program I was taking was mechanical engineering, so it wasn't it wasn't easy. We were still doing all the physics and math and calculus, and then we had like our shop classes where we would building stuff, and that was fun. And I developed like a greater appreciation for education. So after that experience, I decided, okay, I'm gonna apply to university again. I feel like I'm in a better spot too. So back to Zanderwild's experience. Because I took college, the university allowed me to use those college credits as some university credits. And while some advisors said, sometimes it's a good idea maybe just to take those credits again, I was like, nah, I don't need to take those credits again. I already did 3 years of college. I know what I'm doing. That was a bad mistake. That was a really bad mistake. So I know exactly how you feel there. The Tuxie, you're like, it's like an exercise. There's pain from muscles growing and getting stronger, and then there's the pain of injury from trying to do too much too fast. Exactly. I use that analogy all the time. The exercise analogy, because students can connect with that analogy. Because they also know that exercise is pain and suffering. And that if you overdo yourself, yeah, it's not good. But there's a certain amount of like not fun. You're sweating, your muscles are sore, you're just like grueling. Then the next day, you don't want to do it again like that. You get that. It's like the same exact thing with math. But because you did that exercise, your muscles will grow. You will become stronger, and the next time you do it, you're going to feel it's easier to do. Okay, math and actually learning anything is exactly the same thing. It's using the same kind of wetware. We're using the same parts of our body. We're using our brain plays a big role in exercise and in getting better at things. It's not only just your muscles are growing, it's that your brain-body connection is growing. Okay, like when I started working as a waiter in restaurants, it was suffering because it was being way too overrun. But I did it. I suffered, but I learned from it. Exactly. And you totally get better at it. You can hold more in your brain. Yeah, we can tolerate a lot more if we have good reason for motivation. That's the most important thing. Yeah. And that's my thing. When I was in university, I wrote a paper up, and it was all on motivation, because that's where I thought at the time, and I still feel, that's where I feel like a teacher needs to get into. A teacher needs to understand the motivation of an individual and play at that motivation. And then I started looking at, okay, what are things that people are naturally motivated by? And there's things that people don't even know they're motivated by, but they are, right? Like some people might experience like I don't know how many of you like puzzles. Like enjoy doing puzzles. And I'm not talking just the puzzle kind of puzzle piece puzzles, jigsaw puzzles, but those are included. But any kind of puzzle, like you'll hear like the puzzle and you'll be like, like that's kind of interesting. And your brain naturally is motivated to try to figure out the puzzle. I don't think everybody's like that, but there are quite a few people who are like that. They see the puzzle and like, like that. And then like the next thing that happens is you are naturally drawn in to allotting a whole bunch of your brain power to that puzzle, and you didn't need anybody to tell you, hey, you need to solve this puzzle. Like solving this puzzle will help you in some way, shape, or form. Like you don't have somebody, like it's just a natural, and then you're motivated. Okay, and the other thing I like about the puzzle thing is that it's not even a real life thing. We get motivated by things that aren't even like tangible real life applications. Like all these, you'll hear people saying like, you just need to make math more real life. Like make it make it more applicable to their real life. But motivation actually comes not necessarily from real life. It can come from an abstract place that's like completely not related to Like Sudoku, like you look at Sudoku, there are people who love Sudoku. But like, how is Sudoku connected to real life? Like it's very, very, like you might be able to stretch your explanation there about how Sudoku is connected to real life, but it is very abstract. Yet people are motivated. And so I spent a lot of time thinking about how to make abstract things motivating in the way where you give them a problem and the first thing that happens is their mind immediately allocates naturally a whole bunch of resources to try to think through that problem. Right? Eat super spicy chicken. Yeah. Okay, Swamp Angel, what good catching up with you. Wife's birthday night. Oh, okay, nice. Gonna destroy some Nepalese food, then in a bad way. That food will destroy me. All right. Have a good one, OP. Glad you could drop in. Yeah, you love solving worm problems. Yeah. Yeah. And like, how much of worm problems is like real life? It's a lot of worm problems are very abstract and don't connect to real life. Hey, Chanos. Welcome on in. Yeah. So like tapping into that natural thing, our brain is motivated for some things. Chanos, thank you for that Prime sub. Boy, first time chatter and first time subscriber. Thank you so much for that sub. That's very much appreciated. Shady Estate has been disbanded. Long-time lurker. Love my uploads on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with them. I should probably put up another one soon. I have this thing now where I'm just uploading like past VoDs that I haven't uploaded yet, and I'm just spacing them out so I think I've gotten to the end of August, and we're now moving into September onto YouTube. Yeah, from Wurm, I learned that if my food is too warm, I could just toss it into a backpack and run out and put it to the forge to cool it off. Exactly. Of course, worm problems is like real life. Who doesn't put up 10 forges and thousands of frying pans, then in real life grind cooking? Exactly. Yep. And Tuxie, you did find math a little too abstract in the sense that I felt like something that was just completely made up by people, and I couldn't connect with that because it felt like it really had no meaning to me. So some connection to real life would have helped. Yes, but there is a level on which every human operates mathematically, naturally, without any abstractness. Okay, like just take any activity that is a little bit demanding. Like cooking is a good one. Like take any like cooking, or like if you're like crafts, like in building things like with crafts. Okay, like take any of these like real life things, like real life tasks, right? There is quite a high level of mathematical reasoning that has to go on. Logical sequence of events have to occur. Measuring out either amounts or lengths or whatever. Like a lot of mathematical reasoning goes there, okay? And math, the formal kind of math, the ones that you're referring to with like the stuff that's just so abstract, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't connect to you. That stuff is really just a way of trying to write down and formalize all of those kinds of math that we encounter when we're doing these activities. And what's crazy is our brain is actually really quick at computing stuff that is really complicated. We're able to figure out amounts and distances in a heartbeat. We can just feel it. We have an intuition about it. But formalizing what is actually happening is really complicated. So we have this intuition in our brains and in our bodies. We have this intuition. But the act of formalizing it does the same thing as formalizing language does. Like writing it down, getting it so that you can read it and think about it and reread it and think about it and expand like that. So a lot of the problem is that first act of trying to figure out how do I formalize it, like, oh yeah, okay, I need to be able to add, right? Because we add a lot when we're doing these sorts of things. We need to subtract and multiply and divide, like those basic things. Most students understand why we're formalizing that and can get on board with, okay, I need to learn to add, I need to learn to multiply. Okay, these things, I see how those relate to my everyday kind of things, like with money and with everything like that. But there's like these higher problems that normally our intuition isn't good at solving, right? Like we'll encounter a problem and normally we might just be like, ugh, like I just don't know how to solve that problem. Maybe you'll look it up and somebody has solved it for you, so you follow their recipe of how to solve it, and that would be like following an equation, you know? And then I think a lot of students end there. They look at like math as like somebody else figured something out and I'm just going to follow their recipe, and maybe that's like what math is like. But really what math is trying to discover those equations from first principles, from our intuition. And the only way we can get there is by first formalizing the problem in a language that allows us to look at it and think deeply about it, and then to expand on it, to connect dots, and then things start making sense once you start doing these activities in a very untangible way. So this is where it's really hard for a math teacher to explain this part, because it's actually like this process that's happening in your brain where you're able to look at the big pictures and make connections with other things, and all of a sudden light bulbs go off and you see something that you weren't able to see before, that you now are able to write down because you're good at formalizing, you know, you're good at writing this stuff down. Like you write down this idea and you're like, wow, that kind of makes sense, and it works always like this. And so I now have a formula that if I follow this formula every time, it's gonna do this thing for me that I couldn't see before. And then you try to teach this to another person, right? So you say, oh, I got this formula. If you plug the number in, then you get the answer every single time. And that person is like, well, how'd you get the formula? I don't understand that formula. I see that if I use the formula, it works, but like the other person, unless the other person goes through the whole process of formalizing the problem and building upon and seeing the connections, like they're never going to see why it ended up that way, right? And so teaching it is hard. Hey Garez, what's going on? Logic, leather backpacks are clearly fireproof. Why wouldn't they be? Yeah, and you don't necessarily mean a connection to physical life though. It's just something I can relate to. Exactly, yeah. Something that connects to your inner thought process. Yeah, if teachers had done a better job at presenting it like that early on, it would have been easier to find internal motivation and curiosity about it. Right, so I think a lot about this topic, and I try my best to convey it to my students, and I think they appreciate that. Do I know how to play any of the Wurm BGM on the guitar? No. The Wurm, like, you're talking about just like the music, the in-game music? What's the BGM? Background music. Yeah, no, I do not. So is there any way to trade a large magical chest? Yes, they added a permission system on the large magical chest that allows you to transfer ownership, similar to how you would transfer ownership of a cart or a boat. So you can now sell a magical chest just like you can sell a cart or a boat. I definitely need a haircut. Thank you, Mokra. I do know that I need a haircut. In fact, this week was picture day, and I was like, I'm going to get a haircut for picture day, but then that never happened. And so I now look shaggy in the pictures. Part of it is I've never been worried about appearance or fashion or anything like that. So normally I just don't care about my looks, and I just let everything grow, and I don't really care. But I started noticing that other people kind of care about how I look. It's kind of, and I find that interesting. I'm also not one to care that other people care. So there was a long time in my life where I just didn't care. And then I didn't care that other people care. But I think that a change happened where I started like actually caring what other people think, not in a self-conscious way, but rather for them, right? Like I'm thinking, oh, like it would be nice to cut my hair for them. Because then like it's almost like I'm going to cut my hair so that other people don't have that negative thought about like, oh, like, you have such long, like you're unkept and all this. Like, yeah, why do people care how we look? Yeah, it puzzles me. Yeah, I don't care how other people look either. I think that's just this was a learning that happened in my older years where I'm like, you know, people don't think the same way I think. And I find that very curious. And that some people think about judging other people, and it's not something that's their fault. It's just their network, like the way that their brain works. It's like an automatic kind of like brain reaction to see somebody who, let's say, looks dirty or shaggy or whatever, and to think things of that person. Janos, thank you so much for that sub. Yeah, I do look young for my age. I was born in 1979, which makes me 42 this year. How old are you, Bunloose? By no means is that old. I'm just... When I say I'm in my older years, I mean my more recent years. You know, like... Definitely still feel young. Yeah, you know, this hairstyle... Oh, you're born in 83, so you're a little bit younger than I am. This hairstyle of mine is literally, I jump in the shower, I use some shampoo to just wash it out. And then I take a towel and I go like that. Then I look at myself in the mirror and go, all right, and I'm good for the day. That's my hairstyle. Don't even use a comb. Oh, it was a donate. Oh, I missed it. Hold on, let me just double check here. I see Chanos subscribed with Prime. I might have missed it, or maybe stream. What is this? OBS missed it. I see Quanek sub with Prime, and then I see Chanos sub with Prime. Am I missing something? I don't think I did. But if I missed something, I do apologize. I wish there was some more records here on the screen here for me to look at. Hold on, let me just adjust something here. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. Well, thank you, Mokra. Thank you for that donate. I wish that I've seen other people have this similar issue where certain activities don't get picked up by Twitch properly, and then they don't end up putting on my screen, so I do apologize. But thank you so much for that donation, Mokra. Yeah, you would have guessed early 30s for sure. I thought we were the same age. Oh, thank you so much, Mokra, for that donation. It's very much appreciated. You know, so I have an interesting background where so my father's side, his parents were from their ancestry comes from Russia and Lithuania. Russia and Lithuania, like USSR from back then. So that's that side. And then the other side, my mother's side, are Chinese. They're from China. And so I have a little bit of benefit from both of those lines of genetics. One of them is like I find that this is a stereotype, of course, but it seems to me that Chinese people tend to look a little bit more youthful for their given age. And my grandfather, who is now 90 in his early 90s, he always looked like a kid. You know, like you look back at pictures of him back in the 50s and 60s, and it's like he looked like a teenager, even though he was 30 or 35 or whatever he was at that time. So I luckily inherited a little bit of that, and so I have a nice big thick head of hair that is getting a little bit of salt in it. I have memories from my childhood of my grandfather, who he was, you know, already pretty old in these memories, and he still had black with salt. And so I feel like I have his hair. Yeah, and Brian does have a little bit more of the Chinese look to him. It's interesting how genetics looks. My sister also has a similar look to Brian. Yeah, and I don't know how it happened that I didn't quite get I got a little bit more from my dad, I think. My sister, who has a little bit more of like, she has like the dark brown hair and the dark eyes and a little bit more Asian in her, and so she married another half Asian with interesting background, and their children, the cutest kids. Like, two half Asian parents make the cutest kids. Like, these kids are, so her first two have the half Asian look to them, like they similar. You can see the Asian, and then her third kid, bright blue eyes, like the brightest blue eyes you've ever can imagine, with the blondest hair you can imagine, like just bleach blonde, you know, like that wispy, really blonde, like so blonde. Cutest kid. God, is he cute. But bright blue eyes and blonde hair, and it's just like, you know, and it's like, you think, where did that come from? You line up the kids and you're like, okay, you look half Asian, you look half Asian, you look like Scottish or something. I don't even know. Like, just totally, it's just amazing how it happens. Genetics are a strange thing, I must say. All right, where are we in this? Okay, so I'm grooving out this ridge here. This takes a long while. This process takes a long while. Genetics just said, Jesus, take the wheel on this one. Yeah. Pretty well. Although nowadays, we've learned a lot more about genetics, I think, as a human race. Over the past 10 years, I'd say even. 20 years, 10, 20 years. Since we mapped out the human genome in the early 2000s. We have learned a lot about what's going on there. All right, we went all sorts of places in this conversation. Just give me a second. This is. Oh, and I just got the notification, Mokra, of that donation on my phone. It just came in now. That's what that was. So thank you so much for that. It's very, very, very much appreciated. You know what it might be? It might be that the connection between... Hold on, let me just double check here. It might be... I'll probably have to fix this on off stream because... Let me just go to... Whoops, facts. Just want to go to the... Just to here, okay. And then... Just to here. I'm going to mute this. This is Inception. Ah! Okay. About... Okay, it might be that this button... I'm going to have to trace back this button to what it's doing in the background It might be that the connection between this one and my notifications here got messed up somehow. So I'll have to trace it back. Okay, but that's yeah, a little bit of a delay. It's probably a second or two delay, but yeah. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, exactly. You just gotta scratch your head and go, huh, that was a bit odd. Exactly. So much surface mining. One thing in Wurm, honestly, I don't like doing myself. Yeah, you know, the act of doing it, I'm not the biggest fan of, I must say. I do like the progression of surface mining in the sense that at the very beginning, when your mining is low skill, it feels really bad, and then as your skill goes up, it only feels a little bit bad. And that progression gets less and less bad as you go up. And that there's things that you can do to optimize things. Like, you'll notice that if you were to ask, like, how frequent is the tick that makes this thing go down? For me now, it's actually pretty frequent. Like, let me queue up 5 actions, and we're trying to get this down 3 times. So there's 1. Okay, it didn't happen. Didn't happen. 2. 3. Okay, so, and I would say that's about-ish, like it might be 2 or 3 times on average per 5 that I'm getting. Whereas a brand new player with like a low-level pick might feel like it's like 1 in 5. And in addition, the timer might be closer to 15 to 20 seconds each one. Right, so it feels slow when you're starting off. But what I like about surface mining is that as your mining goes up, like there's a progression, and then it feels like you can get more done. So I love that progression. And then once you get to this point where you can hammer out a bunch in a relative quick time, then you're able to shape the land. Okay, so like what I love about it is the shaping of the land part of it. That at the end of this session, I can look at it and go, wow, that looks so much different than it was before, and it's getting it closer to the way I envision it in the end. Yeah, and you prefer surface mining over trying to deplete a vein? Yeah, as you hack at someone's sandstone vein. Yeah, so if mining is something that you don't like in the first place, then of course surface mining, it goes hand in hand with that. Personally, I love mining in this game. Mining is one of my, I'll take mining over woodcutting any day. I love mining. Yeah, so pretty much what I said, you can just see what you did at the end of the session, and it's like, feels like stuff has changed. Yeah, the mining out the vein. You do 4,000 actions and the vein's still there. And Drogos, you're just happy you do not have to surface mine in real life, right? Of course. Yeah, totally. Okay, I also am aware that the timer I set at the beginning is about to go out in 11 seconds. So I think I'm going to get this one down flat. Okay, just 2 more. Right, and if you think about it like that, we were just timing out the previous one to get the previous one flat. And like this one, the next one's already pretty flat. Like, it didn't take that much time for each one for me. Whereas I watched Brian, like me and Brian will be surface mining at the same time, and I get across the entire row, and he's like done the first tile during that time. So like there's definitely a big difference when you're starting out compared to when you're mining skill. Let's see what my mining skill is. So I'm at 91 mining. Okay, and I set that timer with 15 minutes or so to spare. So I'm just gonna use this time to clean up. Whoops. I can't load the wagon into the wagon. That's just silly. Okay, and let's just pick up all the stone that we did there. I think I can just control drag. The problem is that one of these has a rare shard in it. So you don't want to miss that. I actually have a plan for these rare shards. Was it this one? No. It was one of these ones over here. Whoops. Let's just see. If I pull this over, I should be able to see the rare shard. Boy. Or maybe it was one of those ones. That's probably what it was. Okay. So no, not to worry. I should also fill up this one here. Oh. I think this one's full, yeah. Okay, it was one of these ones then. It wasn't the first one, or not the last one, I mean. It was probably the second one. Let's just do this a little bit slower, because it's got to be one of these. Where are you, rare shard? There you are. Okay. So I have a plan for these rare shards. And that is, I'm going to try to make a rare forge. Let's bring these back. And then I'm going to use, so Sinsen at the beginning, I don't know if you're still here, but Sinsen had sent us some coffee beans. And so we're going to play around with some coffee. All right. See, I have a conundrum here. And I think the conundrum is, I made this crate rack here. I need a better spot for it, but for now it's here. And then I filled it with 30 crates. And then I filled my wagon with 12 crates. So I made a whole bunch of crates. And then I realized, like, okay, I fill up crates in my wagon, but I can't put them in the crate rack because the crate rack's full. Right? And like, now I need a way to swap these, and I'm like, ugh, I think I need another crate rack is what it is. There's Xander. Okay, so he's gonna get aggroed by the hell horses if I don't be careful here. But I think I have one less crate because I dropped one earlier, so I can bring a crate here and bring this over here. And then just do it this way. Oh, one of those was not full. This one. There. Okay, so now we have one extra spot. And so these crates, I'm gonna have to. I need to make more crate racks, is what it is. And I wonder if these will fit in here. Yes, they will. Perfect. Okay, so if you didn't know, rare materials like this that you can use to imp stuff, when you imp with them, it doesn't really do anything until the action where you imp and the rock shard is consumed. So like you have very, very little left weight on the rock shard, and you go to imp with it, and it consumes the rock shard. That specific action has a separate rare roll to it, where it has a chance to transfer the rarity of this material to the object directly. Okay, so it's like a separate roll. It's a 1% chance. So it's a very small chance. Okay, but it's a literal rare chance that you always get on the consumption of that material. And it will just, if you are successful in that 1% chance, it will transfer the rarity of the material directly to the item. Yeah, 1 in 100, exactly. Now, the 3 stone shards gives me 3 chances at this. It's very unlikely that it will happen, but I'm going to try anyway at some point. Just not today, because it'll take some preparation. However, I do know of somebody who had a fantastic stone shard, a fantastic one, and did this and created a fantastic forge using this method. And so it is possible to do. And I'm going to try it with as much materials as I have. I think I have a couple, maybe I have one more rare shard over here. What a mad lad, exactly. It was Madnath. I don't know Madnath personally, but you know, we all play the same game. And he is well known in the community. I don't have another rare stone shard, unless stone shards fit into backpacks. I don't think so. Huh, I thought I did. But anyway, I'm probably going to get some more due to the amount of surface mining I'm doing over there. Okay, let's see what Sinsen sent to us. It's a pottery bowl. Thank you very much, Sinsen, if you're here to hear me. Your gifts are always much appreciated. Nice, 19. That's a lot. Okay. So, let's play around with some coffee. Let's see what happens. I have some sleep bonus ready. My fatigue is probably above 11 hours still. It's a lot above 11 hours still. And so we have a lot to work with, a lot of resources here to work with. So let's see. And for those of you who haven't yet gotten into coffee yet, hopefully you'll learn something here a little bit. Okay, so I had made 3 roasting dishes before. I do have a plan, a long-term plan to create a roasting dish setup where each one of these ovens has as many roasting dishes as can fit. And I'll have that prepared for the moment when I have more coffee beans than I can count. Once my coffee beans kind of look like my herb, like once I have this many coffee beans, I will feel like I can be ready for this roasting dish setup. Whoops, that's the wrong one. And for now, hey dude Jensen, how's it going? For now, I'm just gonna use these 3. So let's light up this oven. Because what I discovered was the process of roasting the coffee beans is literally like this. It's like literally loading one coffee bean into each roasting dish. And then when you light the oven and it causes these to roast. Thank you, Sinsen. Thank you so much. This is greatly appreciated because my coffee beans are definitely lacking. Okay, so once these roast, there is a chance you get a beverage tick. And that this process is actually pretty high difficulty. So my beverage is being 71 kind of requires a decent difficulty, like 40 or 50 or something like that, in order to get good frequency ticks. And because this process is literally loading one object into one dish and lighting the forge, it is like a prime candidate for pan loading, or whatever you want to call it. In this case, it's a roasting dish loading. And I can load a whole bunch of these really quick and light them all up and then get an obscene amount of ticks in beverages. And this is my plan, to push my beverages up into the 90s. But it's a long-term plan. It'll take some time before my coffee bean roast filling. Yeah, something like that. Do it with caffeine for double bonus. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like a perfect thing for using the caffeine. Definitely. Oh, and Dujensen, you've made a Supreme Forge and 2 rares all at creation time. Nice. And is that using that technique where you're using a rare shard and you consume the shard in that action and it transfers the rarity? Or were some of those just like hitting the rare window? Yeah, dish filling. Yeah. You got your beverages up from 18 to 56 during the skill event. So nice with some more options with higher difficulty. Totally. Yeah. The caffeine bonus is the reason why I wanted me to make you some kavisi for your own beverage grinding. Oh, yeah. Makes total sense. And coffee was a nice motivation to get into that finally. Yeah. Agreed. It's definitely motivated me to think about pushing this farther. Oh. Before I do this, the reason why I came back. God, I almost forgot. These are going to go out soon. We're all talking about beverage making. And then the thought that happened to me was, recently I've really only been using the stills to just get that passive beverage skill. And that has taken me all the way from, all the way from 60-ish. Yeah, I probably went from 60 all the way to where I'm at now, which is like 71, just from doing this, lighting the stills every day. But I noticed recently that has been slowing down. Once you hit 70, the amount of gains that the stills give you is really, really small. And I don't really have a hope of getting to 80 this way. So if I want to push to 80, I'm going to have to do something else. Okay, so Dude Jensen, you're saying all three was using Rare Supreme Clay. Oh, so it was inserting the clay into the thing. Okay, so that's a completely separate role from the window, and a completely separate role from the one I was describing where you're consuming the final action. That's the one where each rare component has a chance at making it rare. Okay, so you do wonder if they're going to nerf it. So things that don't consume fatigue can't benefit from the caffeine bonus. Maybe. They might address that. However, I feel like that's less of a pressing issue than the measuring jug, allowing us to consume just 1 gram of coffee to give us a sip. And I know that it feels like that might be intended because, like, you know, the measuring jug has been a thing for so long and people have been using this with alcohol. I almost feel like it makes it a little bit overpowered for coffee. Like somebody put on the forums, like 1 small barrel of coffee will last like how long? I can't remember what it was, but it was like 100 years, something in the hundreds of years or something like that. And so it's like we're gonna get to this point where everybody has a barrel of coffee and then nobody will need to make any more coffee ever again. I have a feeling the devs probably are thinking that now through and thinking that might not be a desirable situation. We might want there to be a need to continue to make coffee to replenish. So like, I guess like in the sense where once we all get to the point where we all have a lot of coffee. So like imagine I have an entire barrel rack and it's full of 30 barrels of coffee, right? In that situation, then I wouldn't be like wasting coffee isn't really on my mind. I could just drink as much coffee as I want. And so I guess what you're saying is about the drink, like the water being full and then you can't take another sip. Okay, so I feel like what they can do to fix that is, I don't know if you noticed, but with alcohol you can drink it even if you're full of water. So if they do the same thing with coffee and tea and caffeine drinks like that, so if they add that, so you can drink it even if you're full on water, and then make it somehow, and I don't know how, but make it so that you don't have the ability to ration out 1 gram at a time. Like I don't see the need for it to be the way it is, because at some point or another we're all gonna have so many coffee beans that we won't need to be rationing it out. Right now everybody feels like they need to ration it out simply because there's a limited supply of beans, right? But it's not gonna be long before we won't feel that need anymore. And I think at that point it would probably, I think there needs to be just a sort of a balance that needs to happen where we're consuming more coffee and so we'll need to replenish it more. I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking. Yeah, you'll have over 1,000 coffee beans after you harvest this afternoon. Yeah, exactly. And then imagine if you just kept planting and then, the next day you now have exactly 5,000 in a week. And then by the end of the year, like if you just keep going, it's like you're going to have we're all going to be having so much coffee, but we're not going to be consuming it at the rate that we're gaining it. And I feel like there's an imbalance there, right? Like mechanic wise, there's an imbalance. So I don't know what the solution is, but I feel like something has to be adjusted there so that it balances a little bit more there. In terms of the skills that don't consume fatigue, I think they're minimal. So shield grinding is one of them. Does it work on fight skill? Because I think fight skill is another one. Climbing, maybe. I don't know. There's a handful of them. We can probably list them here, but so there's a handful of these skills. It might be that just the sleep bonus doubling up is enough to sort of balance those, because none of those skills are. One might argue that shields is one for PvP. It plays a big role in PvP. But I think most of the other ones are kind of like borderline not useful, really. And so it might be okay to just leave it as it is. I mean, the pan filling is one of those things where it's not consuming yeah, I guess it's consuming no fatigue, right? Pan filling. So, and then you like minimize on the. So pan filling is one of those ones. It always has been one of those ones. It just, the caffeine really is going to make those pan filling skills much easier. And now that beverages has a pan filling option, that just adds. I mean, beverages always had a pan filling option, but now it has an easier pan filling option. And then hot food cooking, mind logic, and body control. Not just mind logic and soul depth, and these ones. Yeah. Some balance kind of needs to be addressed there, but I feel like it's less critical than the fact that we're all going to be swimming in coffee beans and not really needing to be using them. I think that's a balance issue that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. I'd probably balance it by making it give full power at 0.2 kilogram sips and proportionally lower the smaller sips you take. Make it able to be drunk at full thirst. Plus buff the power of all of them. So Kavisi is 100 power by default. That way, one bean would simply give you 30 minutes of 100 power at 99 quality. Yeah, that would be okay. Yeah, so Denali, what's the best coffee for some skill grinding? I feel like any of them are good. So all the caffeine drinks can bring you to 100 power caffeine and give you equal amount of timer for equal quality. But it seems that Kavisi gives you more power per sip. So Kavisi gives you 10 power per sip, so you only need 10 sips to get to 100 power. Whereas other drinks might give you less than that, so like 5 power per sip, so you'll need to take 20 sips to get to max power. That's the only difference between the different caffeine drinks. So but as we're just discussing, there's going to come a point where it doesn't, like, we're not going to be worried about consuming more because we're going to have so much available to us. So, yeah, Kavisi is the strongest, but coffee with milk is the highest amount per bean if you don't have many beans. Good to know. Is it like affinity drinks where you can take a sip on full water, or you need to be thirsty? So you do need to be thirsty. I have a feeling, an inkling that they might change it, although, because there is some issue with the balancing and the functionality of it, where I feel like they're going to make a balance change here at some point. How they're going to change it, I don't know. But one of the issues is that you can't consume it when you're not thirsty. So we'll just have to give the devs a little bit of time. I know that they're aware of that issue, and they're probably kind of going to come up with like a holistic change that will adjust things so that many of the issues get balanced or addressed. And one of them we're anticipating is that they'll allow us to drink when we're full, but they might come up with a more interesting solution that addresses the issue. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to give them some time because they the update just happened, and then there was like a series of hot fixes for like the critical things, and no doubt they probably have a list of like, okay, we still have some things that need to be fixed before we move on to the things that we want to get fixed. And yeah, just small team, and they've been stretching themselves really thin over the last little bit before that update, and so they're probably overtired, like burnt out a little bit from the whole grind of it all. And it was probably an emotional ride with the with Samuel stepping down and Keenan taking over, and it was probably a big whirlwind that just happened. So we'll just give the devs time to settle and address the things they need to address, and then I'm sure they'll come back to fixing this all up at some point soon. Not that, I mean, I think people are pretty happy with it. It's not like it desperately needs fixing, because people can make use out of it and have figured out how to use coffee to effectively help them grind their skills, and I think people are happy with that. So it's not like one of those topics that the devs are thinking, okay, we have to fix it because otherwise it's just people are going to get driven away. I think people are happy enough that it can wait just a little bit. And they're working on the exploration update, totally. That, like, there's lots of stuff happening there. So yeah, we just got to be patient. It's great. It's a great feature. People who only have a few hours or days or week benefit greatly from it. Absolutely. And it means those of us who play more can play less sometimes. Totally. And it's not even that. It's like those of us who can play more can feel like we can spend less time grinding our skills and doing more time doing other things. So like, I think it benefits even those players who can play a lot, who have big projects going, like building projects or mining projects or whatever other projects that you're working on. You have big projects. It now allows that player to spend, a half hour, an hour skilling and feel like they're getting more out of that hour than they used to. And I'm using an hour specifically because if you do this for an hour, you'll still be left with enough fatigue that you can still do other things. You'll run into problems if you use this technique to skill up for like 3 hours straight and then want to go do more things afterwards. So it definitely takes a little bit of like foresight and thought and planning. So you got to plan out how you're going to use your fatigue now. Like I'm the type of player who didn't really play all that often. I know I play probably more often than some like on the average, but I don't get every day to play. I work full time and I have kids, and so I only get to each weekday. I might hop on for anywhere from 2 to Maybe if I'm lucky, I get 4 hours or something like that in the day, but mostly on the lower end, 2 hours maybe. So I ration out that 2 hours. Okay, now I can like, if I grind a skill for a half hour, let's say, and that's going to use 2 hours of my fatigue, I still have 10 hours of fatigue left, and I can go and like go over and do that surface mining a little bit more. So, and by the next day, I'll still have 12 hours of fatigue, you know? So that's, you know what? I'm going to plant the last 4. Let's make this much coffee and plant the last 4. I need to, in my coffee one, I need to label these. So let's rename this to coffee. Let's just double check that made, yeah, okay. And then let's plant these ones. Let's see what time we're at. We're at 12:23. Okay. I'm expecting these to become harvestable. Okay, good. They became harvestable. So cacao also gives caffeine, is that right? Like can I make caffeine drinks out of cacao? These just became harvestable just now. So I'm gonna plant those. Whoops. Normally when I'm doing a lot of planting, I assign a new hotkey for it. Oh, these are like just popping now. That's what's happening. These are popping. So I knew that they would be around now. Let's just replant these ones and fill this. This will be my cacao. Oh, let's just assign the hot. Okay, and the old abilities do as well. Okay, cool. And Tuxie, you're saying, yeah, you're absolutely loving it. I usually have full sleep bonus all the time. Now I'm actually getting to use and play my time feels much more relaxed and enjoyable. I agree. I'm feeling the same way. Yeah, and it's great if you like to do things in small doses. Right, like before, it would be like if I spend 20 to 30 minutes skilling, it didn't feel like you getting much done, but now you feel like you can a 30-minute grind and like you can push your skill and it feels good and it feels like you now can do other things. You have more time to do other things, whereas before I might be like, okay, I at least need to grind for like an hour to feel like I'm getting stuff done, and maybe even longer than an hour, and then that might mean my whole playtime is up. So Xander, you're not a cooking guy. The system makes no sense to you, but when I buy super long timer food, I feel like I'm wasting most of the timers since I'm not about to grind for 5 hours straight doing one thing. True. But it's nice that you have it lasting longer, the timer's lasting longer than you plan to grind. So I don't think about it as a waste. The food stuff, I know like when you're buying it, I feel like maybe you might feel like you're wasting. Sinsen can hook you up with like 3-day long food or 2-day long food or whatever. And then that way, whenever you're skilling, it just skills up. What am I doing? I'm like lost track. Okay, let's get all these in there. I'm curious to know what I can make with cacao now. Like before they had cocoa, right? Like you could make chocolate before, but now is like that whole thing switched over, and now like cacao is the way you make chocolate. And chocolate milk, or like maybe there's like mocha stuff that you can combine chocolate with coffee. That feels like it should be a thing, right? Okay. And the tea, I have a tea one here as well. Let's make this rename tea. Okay, that one has 1. I'm like really behind on the tea. Okay. But I'm just gonna keep planting it. Because with these beans, I'm going to make enough Kavisi, at least for now, that I won't have to think about Kavisi again for a while. And Tuxie, you're saying you felt like you had to play for a long time to get anywhere. This is so much better. The game feels less overbearing in a way. I was sure there would be a pumpkin spice latte since it came out around Halloween, but I couldn't figure out how to make it if it does exist. Interesting. Yeah, that would make sense. All right. Oh, and these cacao beans, these are my extras. So I now have 2 full planters. Let's just double check that. Of cacao. Okay, good. And so I'm starting now my hoarding of the cacao. But who knows? Maybe it's just me trying to sell my wares. Okay, wait, I missed the first part. The buff from my food is effectively 2 days if you take a bit in the morning. So you need to refresh the buff every 2 days. I see it less of a waste to buy my food and more like pay 40 copper to get 10% skill gain for 4.5 months. If I pop it every 2 days. Yeah, that's just crazy timers. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I mean, I figured out the hot food cooking and I can make my own pizzas, and I'm happy when the timer is like, 5 hours or whatever. Because I know I can just make more pizza if I need to, and so I'll just eat a bite beforehand. But yeah, for those people who don't want to get into the cooking, I can see that. It feels maybe a little bit wasteful. Okay. Now here's where I forget. Is it campfire time now? Is that what it is? I kind of think so. Let's see if a campfire will just fit right here. There's no room in front of me. Okay, I just gotta step outside. I think my fire making's decent. After lighting so many stills. Oh, I didn't get a tick there. I think my fire making skill is like getting close to 30. Let me see. Oh, it is 30. I got to 30. In my fire making. So that's good. Okay, so let me think here if I remember this. I've only done this once now. I think it's ibrick and coffee bean. Oh, no. I have to grind. Hold on. I can do this. Hold on. Do I use this to grind ground coffee beans? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I use the mortar and pestle on the coffee beans. And that makes ground coffee beans. Then into the ibrick. Let me just lower that. And it needs... Hold on. I put water in there, right? I think that's too much water. Okay, so I'm gonna need to measure out 110% of solids. So that's 100 grams. Let's see what happens if I do 0.1. Okay, I figured it out. Use 100 water for 1 ground bean. Okay, yeah. So I think that worked. Okay, and then I need something to put them in. So let's just have a barrel. All right. Let me catch up with what you guys are saying. There's currently a dead end with double pressing cacao beans. I might use it for something in the future. Interesting. Oh, so you double press and then it makes something that you can't do anything with. Interesting. Ouch, my 10 sips only last 7 minutes. Okay, that's interesting. So do I have a casted flint of steel? I do not have a casted steel, but I totally should make myself one. I don't know why I haven't. That's a good point. I should probably just make myself a circle of cutting steel and flint. You know, I never really thought about getting my fire. Like, I wasn't thinking I want to get my fire making skill up until I realized I'm like, my fire making skill's in like the high 20s and it's going up like by itself just from lighting the stills. So I just made that realization this week, actually. Yeah. WA would help with getting them faster. Yeah, totally. Totally should do that. I probably will do that. Okay, there's because of VC, yeah. And so like the 7 minutes is happening because of the timer, right? I mean the quality. And that's just beverage making. So now it does feel like it pays off to get beverages up. Okay, so let's do what Sinsen was saying. Like let's see what this iBrick can do. We'll grind a bunch. And we'll combine them and see what happens. Wait, what just happened? Stop. Hold on. Why is the bean only 40? Why did they only get at 48? I didn't notice the first time. It's my milling skill. Oh, it's my milling skill. Okay, so maybe that's what happened before, and yet it's still coming out at 70 because of my beverage making skill. I hope. So, but then, if I can take 40 quality ground beans and make 71 whatever quality kavisi because my beverage making skill, then what motivation do I have to get my milling up? Oh, you think it's counting the water's actual ingredient at 100 quality? Oh, I see. So then it averages those and that's the max. Okay. It's probably what it does. Something that uses milling, my affinity might be finally useful. I should probably cast on this, I never got around to casting on this, even though since then you had gifted this to me and you said, cast it decent, and I just haven't gotten around to it. Something I will get around to. Okay, so can I combine these? Yes, I can. And if I combine them, let's do 4. Let's combine 4. And let's just start there. Okay, so I put 4. And then let's measure out 400. And lower that. Okay. Oh, why didn't it put 400? Oh, is it because it doesn't fit? Wait. No, okay, fits. Okay. So it looks like you can make more kavisi in one shot this way. So high milling will help raise the quality of ground spices for meals. Interesting. So do I get milling for grinding the spices? Like if I just sat there with like a thing, what do you call it? A mortar and pestle that's casted with COC, can I grind my milling that way? Okay, I can. Okay, so it seems like I'm gonna have to do a little bit of milling. Yeah, okay, so it seems like for now though, for this particular application, it doesn't seem like I'm having an issue, but let's suppose later I want my beverage skill gets up into 90s and I want 90 quality stuff. I feel like this 48 is gonna hold me back a little bit. I don't know actually exactly how it works with the quality of these two. What's the maximum quality I can get? Yeah, okay, so Tuxie, you didn't know what this can be combined. I didn't know until Sinsen said, try combining them. Yeah, so you can also combine the roasted coffee beans so it grinds faster. Interesting, Mantas. Thanks for that tip. Right. Okay, so it's averaging, right? So that's what I feel like is happening here. Oh, I'm getting another gift. I'm sensing it's a Sinsen gift. Okay, let's put this in here. Okay, so let's try that. Combine these coffee beans. I'm just gonna grind them together and see what happens. Yes, and it'll just grind. Will it grind out a 0.3? It does. And can I fit 1 kilogram in here? It does look like I can. And then let's set this volume to 1 kilogram. Let's see if that goes in there. It does indeed go in there. I'm curious to know what the maximum is. All right. Sinsen has given me a lump of steel for imping the steel. Oh my god, that's a 91 quality of steel. Thanks so much. That is very appreciated. All right, so let's I'm just gonna put, oops, I didn't grab it. What was I doing here? Let me put that. Thanks, Sinsen. How much is a steel in flint? How big is it? It's probably my tools. It's a 0.4 size. Those hell horses. Okay, so see, I don't have any steel in there, so it can go in here. Okay, thank you so much. That will come in handy. Boy, it's like, but you know what? It's this coffee stuff is making me feel like I can get around to more of these side things that I want to get around to. So I don't have to spend so much time grinding. I can spend half as much time grinding now, and then I got the other half each night to do the things that I want to do. Variable. Thank you so much for that follow. Voladol used around 2 kilograms to imp yours to 90 quality, so I figured 2 kilograms would be enough for mine. Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. That'll make lighting the stills go so much faster if I can get a high quality steel of flint and put some Wind of Ages on it. Some Circle of Cutting to keep the skill going. Okay, I did lore that. Yeah, it's going okay. Good. So now, once we get all this coffee here, I'm going to be able to use it. Let's do some skilling of something. We'll show everybody how this works. Because if you haven't gotten into coffee yet, you know, we're at the very beginning stages of this. You know, like the hardcore players have figured it all out. They're passing off the coffee to the community, and people are starting to figure it all out. So let's figure this out together. Okay, this should, maybe it's because I put more stuff in, it's taking longer, but the meditation ticks are glorious. There we go. And also that 99 quality iBrick will be helping big time to make even 90 plus quality coffee, even with your milling skills. So it should be okay. Oh, okay, awesome. So it's the iBrick quality as well makes a difference. It's good to know. And you were saying that the iBricks are coming out at 99 quality a lot of the time. Just craziness. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this measuring jug to... because I don't want to carry around this 3 kilograms of coffee the whole... 3 kilograms, not so much. You know what? Let's just take it all. Okay, so let's set this volume to 5 so it can carry all of that. Mixing this 0.3 in here I feel is not going to affect the quality so much. Right? These are close enough. Right, let's hope. Yeah, okay, good. Still 71. Good. Okay, now I'm going to set this measuring jug to 1 gram. Okay, so when I pull over some Kavisi into it, I only get 1 gram. I'm barely using any of the Kavisi I have in here. And so when I take a sip of this, it's going to give me the buff that lasts 20 some odd minutes. 20, I don't know. We'll see how long it lasts. And then it'll have a 10 power. Actually, we can do that because we have like some time here. Okay, so let's move this timer over. So here's the buff. Okay, so it's going to last 21 minutes or so. And you'll see it has 10 power. 10 power is like a 10% bonus to this rate at which you're going to gain skill when you're using sleep bonus. But it also increases the rate at which sleep bonus is used up by 10%. As well, fatigue is going to be used up 1.3 times faster when you're using sleep bonus. And then the alcohol decay rate. Okay, that's what coffee or caffeine does. Okay, now if I take another sip, hey Rubber Duck, thanks for the follow. So I take another sip, and it resets the timer back up to 21 minutes. It also increases the power to 20, and is now giving me a 1.2 times skill rate and sleep bonus usage. So we're gonna do this all the way up to 100 power. I don't know if you noticed, but I have a keybind for drink. Okay, I use apostrophe for drink, so I can just bring over the Kavisi and hit my keybind. Okay, and I'm just gonna do this a bunch of times. I lost count of what I'm at. So 70, 80, 90. Okay. Oh, 100. I want to go to 100. And what's really nice about this is that a single sip resets the timer. Okay, so when the timer gets lower, I can just take one more sip and it brings it back up to a full timer. Okay. And it lasts 3 minutes per 10 quality, so 21 minutes at 70 quality. Nice. So I'm not, at this point, I'm not concerned that it's ticking down. It's not actually doing anything right now. It's not using up my fatigue at all, and it's not, it won't even give me double skill gain bonus rate at the moment. However, it will start in effect when I turn my sleep bonus on. Okay, so wait, it boosts how many skill gains you get and not how much you get? No, it skills how much you get per skill gain. So think of it like it's the same effect as Circle of Cunning, where every time you get a skill tick, it's going to double up the amount at 100 power. And it literally doubles. Now, what's crazy is that it doubles on top of everything. So sleep bonus also doubles. So if you're using sleep bonus and caffeine, it's a quadruple, so it'll multiply the amount of skill gain you get by 4 times. If you're using Circle of Cunning tools, if you are lucky enough to have 100 power Circle of Cunning tools, that also doubles how much skill gain you're getting. So that's 8 times right there. If you have 100 power Circle of Cunning tools, sleep bonus and caffeine, that's 8 times as much skill as you normally get. If you have an affinity bonus, natural or food-wise, for every affinity you get 10 more %. So that's another times 1.1. Let's do some calculations here. We did this calculation on the last stream right at the end. Okay, so you get double from caffeine, you get double from sleep bonus, you get double if you have 100 power Circle of Cunning tools. Let's suppose we only have 1 affinity, so let's multiply that by 1.1. Okay. So that's 8.8 times as much skill. And then there's other ways of increasing this. Like getting natural affinities can increase this by 10% per pop. And if you have knowledge of, if you meditate on the path of knowledge of the path of knowledge, then and you get to a level 11 there, you get a 25% skill gain. Right? So you can multiply this by 1.25. And this is, and 10% follow. Okay, so if you're a Vin follower in the Vin domain, you're going to get another 1.1, right? You can see how these 1.1s start making this number go up, right? Okay, this is like how people optimize their skill gain. Okay, you keep tacking on more and more bonuses, right? So in the event, let's say I had 5 affinity ticks, right? Because in here you can get these stars, and you can actually have up to 5 of them. And each star represents 10%. So I could actually have another at least 40%. Whether or not the food affinity gives you the 6th one, I don't know. But let's just say, whoops. What were we at? We were at 9 point something. I accidentally hit some. Let's do it again. 2 times 2 times 2 times 1.1 from the affinity food times another 1.1 from the Vin times another, let's say 40% from if you were able to collect more affinity ticks, plus if you had Path of Knowledge, right? Like look at how these, even just the 25% bonus, pop that number from 13 point something to 16 point something, almost 17. It's like it is huge. So now all of a sudden you're getting 17 times as much skill as the next person over here who just started out with their newbie tools. Okay, and so yeah, you're on a whole different level at that point. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I've actually, Rubber Duck, I haven't forgotten about your question. Your question was, what do I mean by surface mining? You don't think you've done that. We just finished it, so I'll show you what it is after. But the idea is, with surface mining, is taking a rock layer, like just taking, if you dug all this down to rock, then you go to mine that rock. What's going to happen is every so often the rock will lower, just like the dirt lowers. And you can use that to shape the land. It's part of the terraforming bit. And I can show you a little bit more of our project that we're doing over there with that. I'm going to reset the Kavisi timer in a second. But let me catch up with what you're saying. You get the bonus even outside the domain, by the way. Oh, I did not know that. And food is on top of the 5, making it 6. Oh, okay, so I didn't know that. I was unsure about that. So you actually can get one more 10% bonus there. If I know not everybody's running around with five pips on all their... So we were just talking about ideal situations, but yeah, surface mining is like digging on rock with a pickaxe, exactly. So you need that 4 affinity points on weaponsmithing, exactly. People spend a lot of marks on the token thing that gives you a random affinity just to try to get the affinity that they want. But just know that if you're doing that, you're basically playing the lottery. There's 138 skills in the game, so getting a random skill and hoping that it's your skill that you want is like buying a lottery ticket and hoping that you're the one who's going to win. So just be careful when you're doing that. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, still 14 minutes. So just to prepare, I'm gonna do some cloth tailoring. And the reason why I'm doing some cloth tailoring is actually not because I want cloth tailoring up, but because I want to be able to reliably make a good amount of high quality cloth string in a quick way. And I'm doing that particularly so for a couple things. One is I've thought about spending some time pushing my rope making skill, and I'm going to do that by imping fish keep nets, and those need a lot of cloth string. And if I want to get those up to 90 quality, let's say, I'm going to need a 90 quality string. And at my skill currently, my cloth tailoring skill, I got it to 60. Getting 90 quality string is a pain in the butt. I'm actually just going to use the timer here. I know it's kind of ugly, but it says 13 minutes there. I hope they get around to fixing these timers here, but I'll be able to see what the timer is there. So yeah, I got 13 minutes left there. So I want to get this cloth tailoring up for that. Also, I thought about the idea of getting into book making. The reason why that started up again is because the archaeology stint that just happened due to the Halloween event, and I was making my archaeology journal, and then I found out that the paper making, and all the, I want to get into paper making to get the paper up, and then the books, I want to imp my book up to hold more paper. But imping that up needs string. Actually, I think this one needs leather, right? Yeah, this is leather. But what am I thinking of? Books. I want to write books. Right, so just doing this made me think about wanting to make books. And books need string. And that was for the papyrus making. That's okay, so the line of thinking is this. I need to imp books to get papyrus making skills so that the reports that I make are higher quality that will make the caches produce more stuff. There it is. Okay, so I need high quality string for that. Now, in terms of the leatherworking, we already have the leatherworking skill. Brian has it. So if ever I need it, I can always get this imped up. But it was for the papyrus making so that the paper comes out at higher quality. And to get papyrus making up, I need to imp books, and books need string. That's it. Okay, so that I knew I had the logic at some point. It's just I needed to get it back in my head. Okay, so that's two instances where I need high quality string, and so I thought, I'll just put in the effort to get my cloth tailoring up. I already have the farming to get the high quality cotton, so I just need my cloth tailoring up, and we'll do it that way. I know you love this game, so exactly. It's like so much stuff. Okay, so let's get to my cloth tailoring tools, and the other thing that this coffee thing does, where is it? It's here. Oh, the coffee thing makes it so that you have to really plan out the usage of your sleep bonus, because it uses it twice as fast. So turning on my sleep bonus now and just then realizing, oh, I need to go grab my tools, and then I need to go grab my thing, that's just a waste of time and waste of sleep bonus. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna eat my cloth tailoring affinity food. Right here. Okay, and I definitely don't need that much time. Okay, and then I'm gonna actually, I'm going to take a sip of coffee to refresh the timer. Then I'm gonna refresh to fill up my bars, and then I'm gonna start grinding. Then sleep bonus on and grinding. Okay, so take another sip of coffee. Then I'm going to hit my refresh. Then I'm going to turn sleep bonus on and have my actions start going. Okay, and then, I forgot to put the water that I just picked up onto my bar. I do need to cast myself a nicer water. 90 is nice, don't get me wrong. 100 is nicer. Also, the impact of your CCFP on the sleep bonus is not doubled, so you are actually losing it at a faster rate. I see. Yeah. That is unfortunate. I was actually wondering that. But such is this game. Okay, so I'm going to queue up one more. I also just should double check to make sure this string isn't going to run out. Okay, I got 2.6 weight on my string. And because I'm imping cloth gloves, which are only 0.1, they use such a tiny amount of string each time. I think it's 0.005 kilograms of string each imp. Didn't they remove casting on water? No. They didn't change anything about casting on water. It's always been the way it has been. What it is that when you're tempering with water, specifically tempering, so that is your blacksmithing or weaponsmithing or something like that, jewel smithing, and you're tempering with water, the cast on the water doesn't affect skill gain at all. Okay, so the cast on the water on a tempering action doesn't affect anything. However, casts on water do work for pottery, and they work on cloth tailoring. So I am getting the circle of cunning from the water when I do the water action on the cloth gloves. Okay, so your most prized item you own is still the 50 quality tool belt Brian made you and gave you last year. Nice. From reading Oblivion's post about CCFP and how it affects sleep bonus, I thought it reduced efficiency, but it actually doesn't. Math incoming. Okay. Oh, okay, so yeah. Now, I would love it if they changed the tempering actions so it acts the same as, let's say, a cloth tailoring action with water. That would just make my day. And from as far as I know, I don't know for sure, but the reason why it's there is due to a bug that just never got fixed. Could be wrong about that, but I kind of feel like it's not intended. I forgot that Xander should probably pray. Xander's doing nothing right now except for just sitting by the altar and praying when he needs to. And you're mentioning that Oblivion Reaver made a post. Oh, did I closed my... Whoops, my forums. Oh! Here it feels even worse when you forget to keep your actions going. It feels really bad. So I'm just going to make sure that that's going perfectly. Or as perfect as I can do it. Okay, so... saying Oblivion Reaver... Do you know where did he put that post? Is there a reason that the building I'm in is planned but not built? Well, there's no good reason why it's planned and not built. The reason is that we just haven't gotten around to it. Personally, I'm not much of a builder. And when I get around to building something, I do it begrudgingly. So like I built that building over there relatively recently. And I did it mostly because I was sick and tired of the mess, just sitting in that mess over there, and it just kept feeling like more and more stuff was just getting put in there. And I just was like, better build a building for myself. So I got around to building it. And then this building was planned from the beginning. One of the first things that happened, we planned this building, and Brian put that wall in there to just make sure it doesn't decay. And then since then, I filled it up with all my stuff, but I never got around to building it. Yeah, I kind of want to build it though, because I made it. You guys tell me if this is right. I don't know if I'm right, but since I put the larder in this open building, I felt like the snowballs started decaying much, much faster. And I got through this, when I got to the next winter, all the snowballs were gone. They were all melted, and my food started taking ticks. And that was making me feel not good. And I thought maybe it's because it's now in the open. I hope it's not. But then I actually went over to the Alliance larder, which I put also snowballs in there last winter. And the snowballs were gone from there too, and that's inside of a building. And it never was like that before. So I don't know if anybody has that experience or whatever, or like their snowballs ran out. But look at, winter just ended, and I filled this with 99 quality snowballs with no damage on them. And look, some of them are like 30 or 40 damage already. So it's making me feel like I'm not going to make it to the next winter again. I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so Pharaoh Loki, how is it different with cloth? It for some odd reason, I'm not sure. Like the code is kind of weird where if I have circle cunning on my water and then I use that on this water action, the circle cunning works. I'm not sure why. It's a nice outdoor cooking area. Thanks. I do want to make this a building though eventually, and I have plans for like what's going to happen back there with some bridges and things. I have some ideas, but just a matter of getting to it. I don't think that makes any difference. Oh, okay. Let's see. We read OR's post from last time. It was a bug report where CCFP didn't reduce the drain on bonus part. Okay. Which made it go from 66 to 166. I'm sure you remember this. I remember reading the report. I remember thinking at the time I wasn't versed enough in coffee to understand it fully. So let's see. Is it under the server bugs? I need to queue up. Yeah, so Pharaoh Loki, that was my experience before. Like the 99 quality snowballs could make it through to the second winter, but this time one winter and like the snowballs are gone, and then a few days after winter ends, my snowballs already have 30 or 40 damage on them. Some of them, like I know you're right. I actually should have done that this time around. I didn't, but I should have put some snowballs in a magic chest. Should have. Okay, so here's the link. Okay, so Dude Jensen, you're saying something here. Except permissions of a building only applies after. So you don't think it makes any difference that it was outside or inside? Except permissions of a building only applies after the walls. Okay, so it shouldn't affect the snowballs. Like so nobody else is experiencing snowballs melting faster than before. Okay, so it was in the server bugs. Caffeine and CCFP. At 100 fat, it reduces sleep bonus usage by 33%. When you're using caffeine... Oops, sorry, just give me a second here. When using caffeine with 200% usage rate at 100 power instead of it being... Oh, yes. Okay. I remember reading this. And it was the sleep bonus usage, right. And I was doing the math on this and was thinking the same thing that Oblivion Reaver is thinking, that it feels like it. But you know what it was? I actually wasn't, when I was doing that, I wasn't thinking about it being related to the 100 fats for some reason. So let me rethink about this. Normally 100% fats reduces the sleep bonus by 33% when it's full. But when you're using caffeine, 200% usage rate at 100 power instead of being... Okay, it's just 1 times 1.67 because it's subtracting the fats multiplier from the caffeine multiplier instead of it just being a multiplier itself. Not sure if that's how it's intended to be, but it seems really odd when you're using 2.5% times the sleep bonus for 100% more skill gain. The icon is saying it's 2 times. Oh. I mean, the reason why it's using 2.5 times instead of 2 times is for a convoluted reason. It's actually, I still feel like it's 2 times, but it's like, it would be 2 times if you weren't using this, the 100% fat reduction. Okay, so the fat doesn't apply on the bonus part. Yeah. So the 100 fat, it uses 40-minute sleep bonus in an hour of sleep bonus uptime. Okay. So caffeine means 40 minutes plus 160 minutes. Right. Yeah, I think you're right about this. That's the simple way of saying it. It's like one would expect that if you have fat and I go for 40 minutes, if I go for 1 hour of sleep bonus, skilling. Okay, let me start again, okay? Let's start from the beginning. If I'm just hour sleep bonus on, my sleep bonus bar is going to go down by an hour. Unless I have some fat, if I fill my fat bar, then I do an hour of skilling with sleep bonus, my sleep bonus actually only uses 40 minutes of sleep bonus. Okay. So now the question is, if I use 100 caffeine and I do an hour of skilling, how much sleep bonus is it going to use over that hour? And one might assume that because 1 hour would use 40 minutes, that with caffeine it would double that to do 2 times 40 minutes. It actually doesn't do that. Okay, but instead, that doubling is applied before the fat is applied. So it's like, it'll say, oh, you used an hour of bonus. So that's really like 2 hours of sleep bonus because you have the caffeine using twice as much sleep bonus. So now it's 2 hours, but the fats is giving you an extra, 33% less usage rate, but it only does that to 1/2 of the doubling. Yeah, and lock the larder doesn't. Yeah, the lock. So I'm using the same larder I always use, and I never had this issue before. Just this last season, and I haven't changed anything. You're not sure on yours, as this is the first winter doing snowballs, and a lot of mine are going on already. Okay. Yeah, the higher the quality snowballs, the better. Okay, so here's the math. Not counting CCFP. Here for this, if you're using 1 hour sleep bonus, you can simply see that as it giving you 1 hour of extra grinding progress. So speeding it up would mean burning 2 hours of sleep bonus. But then the CCFP only affects the first half. So naturally, I thought it was less efficiency, but when I tested it, I realized that 100 power caffeine literally doubles skill gain, meaning you get 3 hours of free progress by using 2 hours of sleep bonus within that 1 hour of time. Yeah. Hey dude, how's it going? It's going great. We are now skilling up. Oh, and I'm reading and not skilling. We are skilling up using the new coffee system, which is doubling how much skill I get. Okay, let's see. Oh, I forgot to look at the top. Okay, so I got 5 minutes left. Okay, let me just bring up, I put my cloth tailoring here. I've already gotten 1 full point in cloth tailoring, and I've only been doing this for 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes gave me 1 full point at 60 skill. Like, wow. That's only 15 minutes of my, of skilling. Like that's just awesome. Okay, I'm trying to understand this last little bit here where you're saying that you get 3 hours of free progress by using 2 hours of sleep bonus within that 1 hour of time. So 1 hour will use 2 hours of sleep bonus because you're doubling up how much sleep bonus is being used. But how do you then reason that you get 3 times, like 3 hours of progress? I mean, in the sense that the sleep bonus plus the caffeine quadruples your progress. So are you talking about that 3 times? Like instead of getting 1 skill, let's say in that time, you're getting 3 additional skill free. That's probably what you're meaning, right? So using caffeine is actually more skill gain bonus given from sleep bonus than without, right? So if we think about it as an augmentation of sleep bonus rather than a separate bonus unto itself, I think you're right. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. You feel super excited to be back in Wurm and moving to the north and have my cart working again. Nice. For example, if you get a 0.1 tick without sleep bonus, if you use sleep bonus, it gives you 0.2, okay? Meaning sleep bonus gives you 1.1 free progress. Good. With caffeine, it doubles that. So now you're getting 0.4 exactly. So you're getting 3.3 free. So that's exactly what I was thinking before. Yeah, totally. Yeah, so if you think about caffeine as an augmentation on the bonus of sleep bonus, so the bonus is still sleep bonus. Just caffeine modifies the sleep bonus in a way where it doubles up how sleep bonus is working. I feel like that makes sense. At the cost of doubling the rate at which it's used. Does sleep bonus and coffee help for body strength? I need to get to 23 and it's such a boring grind. I believe it does. It does because caffeine is modifying the way that sleep bonus works. So anything that sleep bonuses doubles up, including characteristics, caffeine will just make the sleep bonus better. So yes, it will affect body, all your characteristic stats. Now, be careful with it though. Because it does grind through your sleep bonus quite fast. So your sleep bonus is going to go down twice as fast. And in addition, your fatigue is going to be used up. Okay, now let's talk about fatigue for a second here, because fatigue is like a contentious issue. It always has been a contentious issue. It comes up from time to time, and you'll see it explode. I'm just waiting for that fatigue post to happen, because it happens every so often, and this coffee issue is going to raise the fatigue issue once more. For those people who play a lot, and I think it already has a little bit, like people are, talking about how coffee is like seemingly to exacerbate this issue that people who play a lot are running into. So if you don't know, if you type in fatigue, you can see how much fatigue you have, and it's a time. Mine is 10 hours, 21 minutes. The maximum it can be is 12 hours. And it ticks down 1 second for every second that your action bar is moving. Okay, so this action bar here is going up. That's removing from my fatigue. Okay, if I don't do any action, if I'm just running around or fighting or whatever it is with no action bar, then fatigue does not go down. Okay, so fatigue is sort of like think of it as like a reservoir for your ability to do actions. Every 3 hours of real life time that passes, you will gain 1 hour of fatigue back. This occurs even if you are not online. So if you put your person to bed and you come back 9 hours later, you will have gained 3 hours of fatigue back. Okay. Now, under normal instances, the only way you're going to run out of fatigue is if you do actions like, okay, let me start by saying, with this every 3 hours of real life, you get 1 hour back. That means in a 24-hour period, you get 8 hours of fatigue back. So as long as you are using less than 8 hours of fatigue every day, you will never run out of fatigue and never have a problem. So the problem only occurs if somebody decides to grind for more than 8 hours in a day, like their action bars are going for more than 8 hours in a day, Now you can do this up to 12 hours, right? And in those 12 hours, you will have gained back 4 hours because every 3 hours you gain back 1. So now you have a bunch more to go, and you can keep going like this, right? But eventually you're going to run out of fatigue if you continue to do this. And the best way to think about it is if regularly you use more than 8 hours every single day, eventually you're going to hit the point where you run out. It has to be consistent. You have to do this multiple times in a row, every single day, grinding for more than 8 hours every day. Okay? Then you run into an issue. Your fatigue runs out, and when your fatigue runs out, you may no longer do any action where the action bar goes up. Okay, so it'll prevent you from doing any action that requires your action bar. Okay, so that's a very big problem because a lot of people hit that point and then they can't play the game really, and then they get all huffy and they make a big post on the forums about it. Okay, so that's where those fatigue posts come from. Now, I'm not going to talk about whether I agree or disagree with how this is. Yeah, you just type in /fatigue. Fatigue. Okay, and it'll tell you how much fatigue you have left. So you never heard of fatigue until coffee happened. Not happy that it doesn't show in the CCFP bar. Let's have an important stat and hide it behind a command. Yeah. The reason, I guess, and this is probably not maybe the best reason, but maybe the reason is because fatigue is one of those stats that nobody needs to notice it really. The only people that need to notice it are the people who are using their action bar for more than 8 hours every single day. And this really only accounts for a very, 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 very small percentage of the player base. Most everybody will never encounter fatigue, and it is also the fatigue is a thing that helps gate skill gain. So if there's somebody who's able to play for 20 hours a day, sleep 4 hours, play 20 hours, and just do that over and over again for months at a time, that person will be at an extreme advantage if they were able to skill for 20 hours a day and they know how to do that. And so the fatigue system is there to prevent people from accelerating far past a regular player. Now, Nin is the type of player. Nin here, you're saying you went super hard on mining pickaxe and only ran out of fatigue once during that ideal. I can't see coming into effect too often, at least until caffeine, right? Ordeal. Yeah, ordeal. So Nin here, just to give some backstory, Nin started a new character on the Northern Freedom Isles and has gotten pickaxe skill to 100, like a true 100, and is extremely close. Are you close now? I mean, you're probably close now to getting the mining to the perfect 100. And in that so Nin is saying that in that whole time, one tick off. Okay, so that one tick is what? 8 hours? I don't know how many hours. It's like a lot of hours you're going to need to put in to get that one last tick. It's probably more than 8 hours, but anyway, that one last tick is going to take a ton of grinding. Okay, so Nin knows what grinding looks like at an extreme level, and Senor, also 100 hatchet out there. Somebody, okay, that's just insanity to me. Okay, so even in that instance, Nin has only encountered one moment where she ran out of fatigue. And it feels like it's not something really to complain about under normal circumstances. Okay, so those people who complain about it, it's like literally they came in and fell in love with this game, got so addicted to it within 3 days they were just playing without sleeping, and then they hit the fatigue, and then they got so upset about it and like, oh, I'm going to quit because I can't play this game that I want to play. Okay, but for most people who are like really, really playing the game and who have been playing it for some time, know that fatigue isn't really that bad of an issue. Okay, so since then you've hit fatigue probably 3 times, yeah, and that hasn't stopped you from logging in again at some point. Just take a little bit of a break. get some sleep and come back. You will have more fatigue. The issue is going to be raised again because coffee is now using fatigue. And I'm at... Oh no! Okay. That's okay. I've been talking away and I lost my coffee bonus. Ah! Oh well. Thanks to Since Then here, we have a lot more coffee. Maybe I'll set my clock on my... Oh, I might have took one too many there. That's okay. As I said, we're not concerned too much now about wasting coffee because it won't be long before we just have so much coffee that we won't know what to do with it anymore. Stay hydrated. I have been. Thank you. And I do have my glass of water here in case my coffee runs out, which I have been sipping on. But anyway, where was my line of thinking there? Fatigue, right. So as you can see from the tooltip here, it will double the amount of skill you get. It doubles the rate at which sleep bonus goes down, and we just talked about how it's not exactly, like there's some weird calculation that happens there. Still feels good, right? Still feels like you're getting bang for buck there. But then the other thing to consider is it's going to be using fatigue at 4 times the rate. Okay. So let's just suppose, for example, I decide I'm going to do this for 3 hours straight. I'm going to keep my caffeine up to 100 power for 3 hours straight. Actually, I'm gonna do that thing where I just said I'm going to set this stop timer down to, I'll set it to 18 minutes and it'll just beep at me to don't forget about my caffeine. Okay, so let's say I go for 3 hours straight. Because it's using fatigue at 4 times the rate, that 3 hours is actually going to use 12 hours of fatigue. And if I log in starting with 12 hours, I'm going to use all of it in that 3 hours. Now, because 3 hours passed, every 3 hours I get 1 hour back, so I'll get 1 hour back. But it won't be much longer before I hit the fatigue cap, and next thing I know, I'm no longer able to play because the action bar won't be going up anymore. Now this is, I really feel like this is where the balance is for this caffeine, right? Because if it didn't do this, if it didn't increase the amount of fatigue that I used, it would just feel like a straight up 2 times skill bonus, and I can just use that indefinitely in a regular kind of way. Under the old fatigue system, as I said, as long as I'm grinding for 8 hours or less each day, I'll never run out of fatigue. And so I could basically skill up and get double the amount of skill. What this cap is doing is it's preventing me from doing this indefinitely, and I must focus my efforts to ensure that I'm not overusing the caffeine. Otherwise, I'm going to hit the fatigue, and it's going to prevent me from moving forward. And if I do hit that fatigue, I'm actually gaining less than if I were to skill 8 hours every day. Okay, so from the perspective of somebody who already skills 8 hours a day, if they use caffeine, they will now only be able to skill for 3 hours a day. Okay, so 3 hours a day. But they're not gonna be getting, actually, you know what? They can't even skill 3 hours a day. Let me think about this. You'll only be able to skill 2 hours a day, right? Because it multiplies it by 4, so that will give me 8. So I'll only be able to skill for 2 hours a day, but I'm only going to be getting double the skill gain. So it doesn't quite make it back up to the amount of skill I would have gotten 8 hours. Okay, so there's like this... You're right, sleep bonus is a limiting factor as well. But And you're right. It's actually the equivalent limiting factor because you can have 6 hours of sleep bonus, or 7, depending, or 5, depending on where you're at there. But let's suppose you have 6 hours of sleep bonus maximum, and you can buy that from the mark. So everybody has the ability to use marks to extend their sleep bonus to 6 hours. And you do grind for 3 hours using coffee, that will use your full 6-hour bar. I mean, minus a little bit from the fats, but, in essence, it's going to use your sleep bonus up. And, it's one of these things where, like, now you can't really skill for 3 hours a day using coffee, because if you did, you'd be running into all these caps that you can't quite make it past. So, I think that this is intended. I think that this is intended so that people are using caffeine in shorter bursts. Maybe an hour might be a good sort of like time frame to think about. Maybe less than an hour, half hour to an hour sort of bursts. And doing that every day. And it will, if let's say you're already only skilling an hour every day, caffeine is going to make it feel like you can get twice as much skill in that same amount of time. And that if you're only going an hour each day, then you're not going to hit those caps. You're only going to start feeling that once you exceed 2 hours a day. And then you're going to start feeling the caps. Of course, sleep powder is a limiting factor. Like, people who are normally grinding a lot usually buy a lot of sleep powder and you go through a ton of it. It's going to feel like you're going through it twice as fast now. But it really, for those power grinders, it's now going to be a really tough decision for those people. But it gives them options, right? It still gives them options. Red Bull gives you wings. Hey, not so dirt. It's going to make the decision making a little bit harder, right? So like a person who's a power grinder who grinds 8 hours a day normally is now going to have to choose. Do I want to get less skill gain than I would get if I went 8 hours a day, but I only have to do 2 hours a day? And that will open up the rest of the day to do other things other than power grind. And this is a choice that people have to contend with, because maybe some people love the grinding and that's what they play this game for. And by using coffee, it just reduces how much grinding they can get done. And they all feel like they're getting less skill in the day because of the fatigue cap, Or do I just keep going the way I was going, where I can just grind 8 hours a day and get more skill each day that way and still stay within my fatigue cap, And maybe some days like they don't have 8 hours and they'll choose, okay, I can use coffee that day, skill for 2 hours and still get decent skill gain, best bang for my buck in terms of time. Yeah, coffee. They should have added Red Bull to the game as the strongest instead of Kavesi. Kavesi, or I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm guessing when they use this term Kavesi, I feel like they mean like espresso, right? Like it's similar, if not exactly the same as espresso. And it might be that parts of the world use this term Kavesi instead of espresso. But where I live, espresso is the way we call it. But yeah, not so dirt. We're experimenting with coffee. We're kind of showing how the coffee works. I'm about to get halfway through my second round of drinking this coffee. So the first round went for 20 minutes, and now I've gone for another almost 10 minutes. So 30 minutes of using coffee on cloth tailoring at 60-ish, right? I've already gotten 2 points of skill in about 30 minutes. This just feels great. This feels great. The rate at which the skill is going up is just phenomenal. Coffee is the new crack. And you think they call it Kavisa because they added ibrick. Right. I mean, I never heard that word ibrick before either. But the thing that the ibrick is... Maybe there's another word for this, ibrick. Like maybe an English word. Coffee, because ibrick has a couple meanings. Whoops. It's probably okay. Yeah, this little container, like we have this container here. It's just a special shaped container for brewing espresso, right? Now in modern times we have espresso machines, but even those espresso machines have that same kind of thing with the handle and the little container that you put the coffee in, and you like rotate it into the espresso machine. I never knew what the name of that thing was called, but now I know it's an ibrick. Yeah, same setup, just different setup. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool that they use this term because it is educating me. Right, so it made me look up what is kavisi, and turns out it's Turkish coffee. And then I'm like, okay, what's Turkish coffee? I've heard of Turkish coffee before. I've heard people refer to Turkish coffee and how this is like really nice coffee. So I did some research on that, and it turns out that Turkish coffee is just the same as espresso. What is an ibrick? Hey, Hackett, what's going on? An ibrick is this container that was used has a huge history. It is used to brew a specific kind of coffee that we in North America know as espresso. It's like the concentrated, high caffeine, black gold. This is like, yeah, espresso, right? It's like very concentrated coffee. And then what a lot of people would do is they would take that espresso and mix it with other things, like milk or cream or froth milk or whatever else, to make some nice tasting coffee drinks. Or some people just drink it straight like that. It's bitter. I love espresso, by the way. It's very bitter. And I like bitter. But we like in modern times, as I said, you can see these things on the espresso machines. They're the stuff that you put the coffee in that you connect to the espresso machine that it will, mix with water there. An ibrick is one of them things Apple sells. An ibrick. I feel like the music got loud. I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit. Yeah, not to be that guy, but espresso requires 9-ish bars of pressure to make. Anything else is concentrated coffee, which is still yummy in a different way. That's a lot of pressure. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not terribly well versed in coffee. I like coffee. I drink a lot of coffee. I don't care really too much about what kind of coffee I'm drinking. I definitely have preferences. I personally just make my own coffee in a regular coffee maker. Just one of those inexpensive coffee makers that brew the coffee in a regular way, where it drips water on top of the coffee that's sitting in a filter at the top. And I'm perfectly happy with that kind of coffee. I like drinking it black. I don't put any cream or anything like that in it. If I'm at a Starbucks or a coffee shop or whatever, I'll just ask for their regular coffee. Just say, could I have a coffee, please? And they'll ask what kind of coffee, and I'll be like, the black kind. Just give me a coffee. I'm not a big fan of those sweet drinks, I used to put cream in my coffee, and then I started not. Turkish coffee is yummy, but it has a lot of texture since there's some grind still in the coffee. I think I might have to get around to trying some Turkish coffee, some real traditionally made Turkish coffee. Everything that I've seen from it now that I've like looked into it and I'm like, what is this Kavisi stuff? Makes me think, this is something that I think I might like if I tried it. So I should give it a shot. I just have to find a place that makes a good Turkish coffee. Whoops, I'm gonna run out of stamina here. Just wait for this to tick. Something about this song that I'm into. I kind of like how it's going. The chord progression is a little wandering. It's wandering is what it is. Hey, you Hivra. How's it going? Welcome on in. So look at that. Like since I was mentioning I was at 2 points of skill, I've already gotten a half another point of skill, and it's only been what, 7 minutes, 6 minutes? Boy. Congrats on that title. Which title? Did I get a title? Hook. Nice. I did get a title. Let's see. That'll be under my cooking. So I just hit 50 cooking. I'm on my way up. Nice. And that came because the beverages are going. Right? Because cooking is not happening here. Cooking is happening over there, just naturally going up as the beverages are ticking on. The art of coffee and the different ways it can be made is very interesting. Yeah, I am learning this now. And it's just amazing how Wurm introducing coffee into the game is making me learn about the art of coffee. And I find that really, really cool. I'm finding myself like looking stuff up, about coffee and trying to figure it out. Because, where I live, when I was young, coffee to me was stuff you got at Tim Hortons. And if you're in the States, it might make more sense if you say coffee is like what you get from Coffee Time or whatever coffee place you have in your local area. Donut from the donut shop is what you get. Like there wasn't really, back when I was young, there wasn't really things like Starbucks or coffee places. It was all like donut shops, and then you would get your coffee with your donuts, right? And then as I got older and I started Starbucks became a thing, and there was other places like Starbucks that came around, and it sort of made you realize coffee from the donut shop is not the same as the coffee that you're getting from these other coffee places. And there's okay, something's more there. And I did start drinking some Starbucks coffee and liking the way that it made me feel. It definitely had more of an impact compared to the Tim Hortons kind of coffee. Yeah, when you live in Canada, it was a double for me. Then started traveling, it opened my eyes. Yeah, exactly. Like you grow up, right? And you start realizing there's more out there than what's in my little bubble that I have over here. Sugar, yeah, exactly. So I did start once I was opened my eyes to okay, there's Starbucks and there's other coffee places that are making coffee a little bit differently. It tastes a lot stronger. It makes you feel a little bit, you feel it more, and that makes you go, okay, let's experiment with this. And the first thing I changed about my coffee was I got rid of the sugar. I still had cream. I was also a double kind of guy at the beginning, and then got rid of the sugar. That was being fueled by the fact that I was trying to cut out sugar in general, all together. And so sugar and coffee went away, and I actually started liking just the taste of coffee with cream. And at that time, I thought I would never get rid of cream. I feel like cream is just. But I tried it without cream a few times in a row. The first time it was like disgusting, you know. Oh, the timer just went, so I should take another sip. Let's just see. I have a minute left here. Got rid of the cream, and it's one of those things that I feel is an acquired taste. You really have to try it and try it again and try it again, and like eventually you start realizing like, oh, like that I'm actually enjoying the note, like just the black taste, you know. And then I started just experimenting. I was just drink espresso black. Can I drink like this black, that black? And I'm just like drinking all sorts of like different coffees black, and I start appreciating the differences between the taste. I'm gonna do this one more top up, and then we'll stop before I tank all my fatigue. Can your fatigue tank the coffee bonus? I think it's the other way around. It's like the coffee bonus will tank your fatigue. Yeah. So Tuxie, you had to stop drinking coffee because it makes you feel like crap, but I'm making up for it now in Wurm. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's drink that and let's queue up some more, and then I'll get to more comments. So you can drink black coffee, but I still prefer milk based on drinks like latte or flat white. Yeah. Back with the truck I'm servicing today. You wanted to lurk, and thank you for those tools you sent me. Oh yeah, you're very welcome. Very welcome. So yeah, have a good day, and I hope you fix up that truck good. Yeah, so the coffee bonus is going to use up my fatigue at 4 times the rate than normal. It's going to use my sleep bonus at twice the rate than normal. Give or take some things because of the fat bonus. But it's also going to double the skill gain that I get. So let's look at where we're at. We're almost about to hit 3 points of skill in cloth tailoring as I start this last round of 20. And let's put the timer on again. I'll set it again for 18 minutes to give me a minute or so of reaction time. I'm just going to double check what this is here. Okay. Okay, I'll have to respond to that after. Okay, we're at 145. So the nice thing about not drinking coffee as a habit, though, is it works a lot better when you really do need it. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, if you stop drinking coffee and let your system get rid of all the caffeine, and the next hit of caffeine you get is just going to be, whoa, way up there. Oh, I should be imping down here. I forgot I sorted it by quality. Right, and it feels like with this, if I do this today, and I do it a little bit more tomorrow, and a little bit more the next day, like the time to take to get to 70 will not be that long. And that feels good. That feels really good. And it'll give me more time to go do that surface mining that I need to do. Yeah, so if you haven't gotten around to getting yourself a little bit of coffee, a little bit goes a long way. You know, just getting 1 or 2 kilograms of this stuff can last you a long, long time. There's also an extra bonus that came with coffee and tea. I think it's just coffee, actually. I don't know if tea is the works, but if when you log in, within the first 10 minutes of logging in, if you drink a sip of coffee, it will give you 10 minutes of sleep bonus for free. So every day I log in and I just put a little sip of coffee and drink it. And you can do that once every server day. So yeah, check out Mocha Pot. It makes nice coffee concentrate and is cheap. Interesting. Hold on, let's look at that Mocha Pot. Interesting. So it looks like an espresso maker, but concentrated, and you put it on a stovetop. Interesting. Maybe I'll look into this for. Yeah, okay. Might make a couple cups of espresso. Interesting. Okay. I will look into one of those. Maybe my birthday's coming up. Since then, you were saying cloth tailoring is actually a great skill to sweet spot. Because due to it being a title skill, imagine the skill gain you would have gotten if you sweet spotted. That bonus is slightly bugged. If you log out, you forgot to do it. You log out if you forgot to do it. Wait, what bonus? And then log in and you can still pick it up. Well, like the 10 minute. Wait, the 10 minute sleep bonus if you logged out and forgot to do it. Oh, I see. So like, let's say I forgot to do it today. If I log out now and log back in, then I can take a sip and get the 10 minutes. Is that what you're saying? That's actually very handy to know. Yeah. Interesting. I was wondering if that was the case. Okay, so and since then your comment is because cloth tailoring, I'm imping armor, and so if I wear the title of cloth tailoring, the imping will be better. So like I'll imp more, and that will allow me to get into the sweet spot easier. I can see that. I'm not a big fan of the sweet spot imping. I know that it gives me more skill gain per time invested, but I honestly, if I was sweet spot imping right now, I wouldn't be able to read all the comments that you're saying. It would be really hard to keep up with text, the chat. And then on top of that, when I'm not streaming and I'm playing Wurm, it's very common that I'm doing other things at the same time as playing Wurm. Not to mention alt-tabbing to Xander and watching a show or fiddling around with something else, or I might pick up my guitar and play, right? Like, by queuing up all these actions, I can pick up my guitar, play a bunch of chords while this is happening. I have like a good minute or two of just playing around, you know? So I even prefer not sweet spot imping in almost every situation. So it won't allow me to get into the sweet spot easier. It'll let you stay within the sweet spot for longer due to bigger quality jumps from successful imp. I see. So you can also maintain 100 caffeine power by drinking any caffeine drink. Tea, if you get extra of that. Oh, okay. And save the espresso for getting your power up. Makes sense. I mean, if they do change things to the way that this works, I might need to start using that strategy. But as it is, one sip to refresh the timer will take off 0.001 kilograms from this. So I'm not too concerned about running out of coffee anytime soon. Yeah, so like, but if they do eventually change it so that I can't do that anymore, yeah, totally. I'll have to like come up with ways. Yeah, exactly. 3,000 sips left. So not too worried about conserving this. And you know, the amount of coffee beans I can produce every day really doesn't, even if they do fix it up, I probably just make boatloads of coffee, right? Like I'll probably just make barrels upon barrels of coffee so that I'm not worried about wasting a little bit here or there. Yeah. But yeah, I can see like for those people who, let's say, don't have the beverage skill, who bought like a little bit of coffee and they want to make the most out of it, these sorts of things are definitely helpful. Yeah. Yeah, for those buying coffee, exactly. Even tea made from basil can maintain the caffeine power. Exactly. Yeah. But the issue though is that refreshing that timer. So if let's say I'm running low on this timer and then I drink one shot of basil tea that's only 10 quality or right, want to sell 99 quality maintenance tea, exactly. Yeah, so like the tea that you would use to refresh the timer would have to be high quality to give you a high timer. So what people are doing is they're using the basil tea to get their power up to 100. Right? Like you can make boatloads of really crappy quality basil tea and each one might only give 2, but you can just like keep drinking sip until you're up to 100. And that stuff's like throwaway stuff. You get to 100% power and then take 1 sip of coffee and boom, the timer goes up to the maximum amount. If you bought like high quality coffee. Yeah, you did that in the start. Yeah, exactly. When there's a limited resource, you have to do these sorts of things to conserve. But as I've been saying, like I feel like it's not going to be that long before we have more coffee than we know what to do with. Yeah, now you got infinite coffee. Yeah, and like it didn't take very long to get infinite coffee, and it won't be that hard to maintain infinite coffee. And for those people getting into beverage making just to do it for themselves, it's actually easier now than ever before. Especially with coffee, especially with this double skill gain bonus that you get from coffee. Right? And so, yeah, those first days, exactly. You have to decide between you want to be juicing or replanting, exactly. So I honestly went with I'm just going to replant. I'm going to take 1 bean and then I'm going to replant everything. I'm just going to keep replant. Every day I come in, I just replant. I'm still in the early days because I was late to the punch. I didn't start until... And getting that first coffee bean to plant, it actually took me a long time. So it's getting there. I'm not too concerned. I'm in it for the long haul. I can see where it's going. I'm going to look back a year from now and think, those early days, not a big deal. Now look at this. We're going to get up to 4 skill before we hit the end of this, and that'll be like about an hour. And I think we'll end there in terms of the skilling after this last 9 minutes. So just the other day, we finally got tea and coffee seeds. Still need to work on that skill. Yep. We're in the early days. There's definitely like those first adopters who went quickly as fast as they could, and they're already producing thousands of beans by now. So it doesn't take very long. And then the skilling up beverages is definitely something that needs to get done. I highly recommend starting with just regular tea. So, taking herbs, let's say sage, chopping those up, getting a oven like this one that has bowls in it like this, and just putting chopped sage or chopped thyme, any of the herbs work, just filling them all up, putting a little bit of water in each bowl and just lighting it up. If you can get your hands on a tiny amount of coffee, get that coffee power up to 100, then light the forge, then turn on your sleep bonus, wait for all the coffee or all the tea to be made, then turn it all off, and you're going to see that beverage skill go up like, it's going to go up really fast. And you just rinse and repeat that. Thank you. You needed that info so you know what you can grind with. Yeah. So any of the herbs. And if you haven't made a planter rack for herbs, that's the start. Okay, so you make a planter rack, you take some herbs, you plant it into there, into the pottery bowl, into the, into these, what are they called? Pottery planters, yeah. I kind of went a little bit overboard on that process. I was like went a little bit much. But I actually like that I'm producing this many herbs. It allowed me to get my gardening skill up, just planting and picking. And let's see, my gardening skill. One thing I've been using my coffee for is my gardening skill. Okay, so maybe if these are ready, are these ready? Harvest? No. When they become harvestable, what I'll do is I'll just turn on, I'll take a sip of coffee, like get my coffee to 100 power. I'll turn on my sleep bonus and just pick all my herbs. And when I'm done with all of them, if these are all full and ready to be harvested, at this skill, I get 0.5. Just from picking all of these. 0.5 skill with the coffee. At 76 gardening, I'll get 0.5. So for me, that happens every day. And if I'm getting 0.5 every day, the skill where is it? Gardening. This skill goes up. Right? So gardening is not an issue. I don't feel the need to imp anything yet. I'm just going to pick my herbs every day. It takes me less than 20 minutes to pick everything. So one sip of coffee and I can pick everything. Use whatever sleep bonus that uses. And I'll get 0.5 in my gardening every day. So this skill's going up, making all the herbs higher quality. So when I pick those coffee beans, they're going to come out higher quality. So that's where you start, I think, because once you get the herbs going, then you can use those herbs to make the tea, and that'll get your beverage making going up. If you're interested in making alcohol, that's another thing that can help your beverage making go up. I do that for fun. I forgot to reset the timer for the stills, so I actually don't know how long they've been going for. But I may need to go over there and relight them. Let's see, where's my timer here? 4 minutes. Oh, I'm running on no stamina. Okay, here we go. All right. So let's go back to the cloth tailoring just to see where we're at. Yeah, I think we are going to hit 4 skill in this time. Yeah, quite easy. Like look at how many, like the skill ticks are kind of enormous. 0.03. 0.0595 on that tick. So one of the later longer action timer ticks. 0.359. Like this is awesome at this level. Yeah, it definitely makes it feel like you can skill up stuff now, like much more quickly than before. All right. So I'm thinking I might, after we finish this, I might just go back to the surface mining. I feel like that needs to get done. And it's not going to get done without doing it. Damaged a lot of them this time around, but I still feel like I'm getting the skills. I got a 0.05 tick there. All right. 5, and then let's grab the scissors. So the scissors action, my scissors, I got lucky on a cast. And I got 102 cast on my scissors. And so I like to use that one last because it's the longest action timer, and then it's going to get multiplied by more than 2. Or at least 2 anyway for that scissors action. So I queue up all the other ones, and then the last action, the 6th action, will be my scissor action. And that's how I'm getting that. Like, most of the actions are giving me 0.3. I think the timer just went. Yeah. Most of them are giving me 0.3, but then every so often you'll see a 0.5. And that's because the scissor action gave me that. I don't know. Can't see one in here, but sure there is one. Saw it earlier. Also, my body control. Let me see. Do I still have my body control affinity going? Yeah. Body control is coming. Mind logic is coming. Double the skill bonus. So let's actually take a look at those, because this imping is actually giving me body control. So just in the hour, I got 0.06 body control. I got 0.1 mind logic. Oh, that was also from the mining, right? The surface mining. Gave me some mind logic, but also this gave me some mind logic. And I think it's giving me mind logic. I don't see a mind logic tick, except for when I repair. Let me just take a closer look at that. So I got one there for repair, but that's not the same. Okay, there it is. There's the mind logic tick. So I am getting mind logic ticks. I do have an affinity in mind logic, and I'm running a mind logic affinity bonus here. So that's like a 20% gain there, plus the sleep bonus and the coffee. So yeah. Yeah, mind logic a bit from the beverages too, yeah. But the beverages is coming in real slow. Those ticks happen like once every 10 minutes or more. Okay, so the coffee is done. It's going to lower in power now, gradually. Where did it move to? Over here. And Tuxie, you were saying something about the icon changing. So let's just see. Can't quite make out what that icon is. It looks like a little brown cup of espresso or something. I'm not sure what these stars are, like these little golden pips on the side there. I can't quite make out what those are. But it looks like a little coffee cup. Yeah, when you start, the coffee cup is empty. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, it does look like it's a little bit less full. Yeah, you're right. So the coffee icon, it's really hard to see though, because these are very low res icons and they're kind of small even when they're large. So that's why it keeps popping out and like re-imaging, because it's like the icon is changing. Okay, so let's, I'm gonna just turn off sleep bonus here. And that's gonna run out naturally. Okay, let's check on our fatigue. I'm guessing 8 hours, probably somewhere in there. 7.5. Okay, now I have to say, this is like the lowest I've ever seen my fatigue. 7.5 hours. I've never seen it at 7.5 hours. Except for after they added coffee. So I might have gotten it here one more time before. But this is something you really have to keep your eye on. 7.5 hours is quite low. In order to get back to 12 hours, I'll need to wait 15 hours or so. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind. Where's my water? Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fill up my water and just put it down here. I'll just carry around the Kavisi in my inventory. That's not a big deal. And the pottery bowl can go in here. And this can go in here. The gloves are light enough that I feel like I can carry those around with me. Measuring jugs can go back in here, and I am back to being nice and organized in my inventory. Yeah, hourglasses, yeah. Nice, okay, so let's go back to the surface mining. Let's just double check what we got in here. This is, yeah, okay, good. I'm forgetting something. I'm forgetting that I should probably bring some water with me. I only have a tiny bit of water. Where is it? Here. So I'm gonna fill up my water bar. Bring some more water. And I'm just gonna fill up some more food. All right, so let's go back to the forums here, because a few things that caught my eye. Hold on, before I'm gonna have to make a turn here. So what was it? Don't remember what it is. I just know that something did catch my eye. Just don't remember where it is. Nor can I remember exactly what it was. It's like one of these things in my brain. I'm like, that's kind of interesting. We should talk about that. But I do not remember what it was. So the service mining should give us some time to take a look through the forums and see if I can remember what it was that I wanted to discuss. Let's start here. I think that one's flat. One thing to mention is this one here, the Grand Ritual Spellcasting List by Stan Lee. Stan Lee is just like a Wurm community hero. He's really pushing stuff. So this is for those people who want to get their benediction journal done. One of the journal goals is to participate in casting one of those ritual casts. And you don't need to actually be the caster, you can just be one of the linked priests for it. But people are finding that, every so often somebody with their army of alts will just cast it, and it robs people of the ability to get that journal entry when that happens. So what Stan Lee decided to do is organize a list of people who want to, ninja cast, exactly. So this list here is like an organized list where everybody can look. It's publicly shared, and you put your name on the list if you want to participate in the next one, and it at least puts it out there like, hey, like we have a lineup here. Here's a list of people who need this benediction journal entry, and it might help with the situation where if everybody's aware of this, it might reduce the risk of people ninja casting. And because maybe, just maybe, these people are ninja casting just because they don't really know better. Maybe they are just doing it thinking they're doing a service for everybody, and they're not really doing it to troll, although that's how it kind of feels. But this is, I think, a good effort to try to mitigate that a little bit. So I like that. That was really good. We talked about the Impalong, the new Impalong. Lunalong, if you're on the southern Freedom Miles, this is the Impalong for the winter. It's coming up soon. I'm unfortunately not going to make it to that one because I'm on the northern Freedom Isles now, and I don't really spend time on the southern anymore. There was something. What was it? It wasn't like... Was it something in here? there was like Demona had posted this one, which is the Valorant International. God, now I don't remember what it like. Let's just see. Nothing really new here. So the Valorant International was a post like just talking about the recent update, and it just basically went through what the major items in the update were and gave some nice visuals to them. I'm sure, like, it looks like Demona spent a lot of time collecting all these visual things. I also noticed the border that is going around all the images is nicely put there. You know, like, got this nice border, these nice little graphics. I like that. And it just sort of like gives, this is really fun, just a lowdown of everything that's happening there. Also a reminder that Catsper, or Milena, is putting together a 15-year anniversary video. I'm really excited for this video. I'm really excited for the release of this. It seems like it's going to be a little bit of time before we, you know, get to see this video or get to see the plans for this, but it's making me feel super excited because just the way that the Halloween event went, the Halloween event was amazing. And that was like, I mean, I know that they were planning for the Halloween event, but I know Keenan put in a bunch of touches there for the Halloween event after he got put in there. It's like, it just felt like a lot of effort and a lot of care went into producing that event. And we are coming upon another event that's going to happen, and that's the Christmas event. And it brings me a lot of hope that we're going to be pleasantly surprised at this event. It seems like they're combining it with a 15-year anniversary celebration of Wurm, because 2021 is technically the 15th year of since the official release of Wurm. That happened in 2006, and so it feels like something's gonna happen. We haven't gotten any information about it aside from the fact that they're putting together this video, but no doubt it feels like some other stuff is gonna happen, and I just can't wait to find out. So yeah, this video I'm looking much forward to seeing. And here's the Lunalong. Yeah, here's the Lunalong being promoted, which is really good. The Northern Freedom Isle one didn't get promoted here, but it might have been just timing, right? Like, it might have been that the post for the Northern Freedom Isles happened after this was being finalized. No doubt the next Valorant International we get will. Trying to remember, I had something, but I can't remember what it was. I saw something on the forums. It might have been one of these like things where it's like deep into the post something was said. Okay, so this is one. That it does seem like that they've been discussing adding more ingredient options to caffeinated beverages such as cream and sugar. So it looks like expansion is being discussed on this caffeine stuff, which is really nice to see. I do really feel like it pays off if you're a forum goer to like scroll down, and what I'm looking for mostly, I'm looking for names that I recognize. Hey, Booster Score, there you are. I'm also looking for, like, you know, things that might be, but I kind of gloss over a lot of stuff, and I'm looking like what are the devs saying. So here's Dark Lords. Dark Lords is a dev who for a while was tasked with updating PvP, and he did a PvP overhaul. And since then, he's like sort of been a name to keep track of. So this was in response to Borsa Score's comments on how caffeine kind of needs to be balanced. Maybe we should balance it in some ways or another. And Dark Lords responds with, "We've been discussing tweaks to it. When we have things ready, we'll be sure to share them." So, you know, these balance things that are needed, we were been discussing this entire stream. Does seem like the devs are on it. And yeah, Arch, who is also retrograde, who used to be the community manager, used to do what Demona's doing. I do like reading his comments because he does have a certain insight that is, you know, unique. And I think he has it right here, that this mechanic is intended to give people who have a shorter time to play more bang for their buck in terms when it comes to skill grinding, so that they can kind of keep up with those people who can grind for 8 hours a day. And that totally makes sense. Okay, let's start doing this ridge here. Nope, my memory's not being jogged by this though. So this is a comment, like, I actually respect Demona for repeating this. I think this is something that we often forget. Demona is like a messenger. We have to think of, like, she's a community relation officer or manager, and her job is to convey whatever she's told to convey to us, and then she's to convey what we say back to the devs in an organized way so the devs can digest it better. There's no reason to get upset at Demona for saying the things that she's saying, because all she's doing is saying what she's able to say. And so she replied to what she's able to and has answers for. And while it might not be enough, it is what she has. And in the caffeine post, I believe she made it clear that caffeine was meant to provide benefits for those who want to get a good grind in a short amount of time. Yeah. I'm not sure what happened here, but looks like T-Bomb was trying to make some inferences here. One of the images had Christmas graphics along with a present under the tree, and he was reading into that to think maybe something is going to happen with gift boxes. And so what Demona is saying is those are the old gifts. You just spawned them in for atmosphere for the image. It's a cute model, which is better than when I paint small chests to use as decorative gifts in game. And my browser makes my quotes all dark. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. I was hoping maybe gifts, like after seeing T-Bomb's comment, I was hoping gift boxes might be making a return. Who knows though, we can always hope. Jazz is asking, can we have them at least for decorations, please? Totally. Madnath, who is an extreme grinder, is also a little bit on the side of wanting more balances for fatigue. And I think Arch is also saying what is in my mind as well. This is how I would respond to Madnath's posts. That the purpose is not to give the hardcore grinders an advantage over what they used to do. It's to give the more casual people a little bit more of an advantage so that they may catch up to the hardcore grinders. So I think it's balanced somewhat for that purpose. Like in that 1 hour, I was able to get 4 points of skill. And if I'm not planning on grinding for much longer than 1 hour, then at least I can get a good amount of skill in without having to spend 8 hours a day. Yeah, no, I don't think. Yeah, so I think your point. Yeah, so Borsisco, you're pointing out the fact of the when your drink or your thirst bar is full, then it's not like you can't drink any more caffeine, so you kind of have to plan that out. I hope they address that issue, because that is an issue. So people playing hardcore even get more of a massive advantage since fatigue is not shared between NFI and Defiance. You mean for people who are playing more than one character? I mean, yeah, like these hardcore grinders can think of ways to optimize things with using this. But what they cannot do now is if a person normally skills for 8 hours a day to sort of manage their fatigue that way, that's like their normal play session is grind for 8 hours a day, and they have enough sleep powders to like keep that going. Caffeine is not going to help get better than that. So no, you're saying you get 12 hours fatigue on oh, I see, on Defiance, and 12 hours or more on Harmony, Cadence, Melody. I see what you're saying. I never even thought of that. Now that only works on Northern. I think Southern doesn't have access to that idea. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it only works on Northern, yeah. Whew, that's a bomb. I wonder if the devs thought about that. Or are aware of it. Whew, that's like that. To be fair, hardcore people run more than one character, so they could burn fatigue on those and still play on the main or some such after. Yeah, that is totally true. That's in the cards. But all these PvP players got them big brains. Yeah, totally. Whoa. Okay, almost fell to my death there. Right. Oh yeah. So that's something I have a feeling the devs might not be aware of. And so that's good for those people who are able to make use of that. So anybody who's wanting to increase things there, it seems as though fatigue is different on the Freedom servers compared to the Defiant server. I mean, people could have used that before, right? Like, just let's say you wanted to grind more than 8 hours a day, you could do that already. Then it seems getting around it. I am curious to know if the devs were aware of that. It seems like something that they could have easily been overlooked. And could have done, yeah, I know exactly. And I wonder if what went into that decision from the devs' perspective. Like, what went into the decision to separate the fatigue timers on both? Because if they were aware, like if they made that decision in full awareness of making that decision, like they thought they intended there to be a separate fatigue timer on both of those servers, I wonder why they made that decision. Like, what was the what was the motivation for making it that way? But we don't get that juicy meditation bonus on Defiance. Oh, because POK. Because meditation only goes up to a certain amount, is that right? You can only get to... What's the limitation on Defiance? Is it you only go up to path level 9 or something? Or I can't remember what it is. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so you know how the Shield of the Gone, they changed it at some point so that you progressively get more and more bonus as you go up in the meditation levels. So even at level 9 now, you still get... Oh, Shield of the Gone's disabled. Okay. Like, I'm wondering if they could do something like that for Path of Knowledge where you get like progressively more and more skill gain as you go up. Maybe they need to relook at meditation as a whole. But we got Enchanted Grass. Nice. Yep. Yeah. How active is it over there on Defiance nowadays? So probably they simply were not merged at all. Things like sleep bonus was separate too at the beginning, but it was merged at some point. Right. So maybe it was they coded it to, you know, the way it was, and they then looked at it and went, "Oh, we kind of need to merge sleep bonus." They never really got around to merging fatigue. So 54 other players online. That's not bad. It's actually quite a few players over there. Hey, Josh. How's it going? And did that produce a rare one? It did. So another rare shard to try for a rare forge. Nice. So Defiance is picked up since the last time I checked in on it. If 54 players are online. That's pretty good. I still just can't believe the fatigue thing on Defiance and Northern Server is like the Defiance and the Freedom, your fatigue is separate, and that you have 12 hours on Freedom, you have another 12 hours on Defiance. Like I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose of having a fatigue timer. Because that now makes it so you can grind for 16 hours a day, nonstop, which is as much anybody's going to grind anyway. Like you can't keep up 16 hours a day forever, every single day. Can't imagine. Just live on a boat and grinding, yeah. I mean, maybe you could do that every day for a little while. Just can't imagine you're going to keep that up indefinitely. So now you're like more fatigued than you're ever going to be able to keep up with. I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose of the whole fatigue system in the first place. And now with coffee being a thing, right? Whew. Seems like an oversight. Seems like an oversight. And now to remove it now only hurts new players even more. Right. Well, I don't know if it hurts new players even more. New players aren't going to even notice it, right? So the only thing it's doing is it's making by removing it now, it makes it so that the new players don't have the opportunity to make use of it. So it's like that thing. But most new players wouldn't have used it anyway. So what it would do, removing it now would just prevent people from using it further. But with coffee, you can play 6 hours a day and effectively gets 24 hours of grinding without sleep bonus. I feel like you need the sleep bonus on for the coffee to do its thing. I don't think coffee doubles your skill gain unless sleep bonus is on. But you don't get the coffee on. Yeah. So I think you need the sleep bonus on. But in the situation where sleep powder is not an issue, because there's people who stock up on sleep bonus, or sleep powder. So I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking of the person who's sitting with like a satchel full of sleep powder and who's able to keep replenishing that sleep powder through either marks or through buying them from other people, or so on and so forth. Hey, Dutchman, what's going on? So, yeah. So if sleep powder is not an issue, then you just have unlimited of that. And then you can grind now with coffee, full coffee for 3 hours. I still feel like it's 2 hours effectively. Like you can only do 2 hours a day because that'll be effectively 8 hours of fatigue. And then every 24-hour period, you're only gaining back 8 hours of fatigue. So if you're using more than 2 hours, you're not going to be able to sustain that. Otherwise, your fatigue will run out. Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm thinking, right? Like, so, right. When the population was bigger and there was so many people gaining powders, and then you buy them up at that point, you can. So you're sitting there with 700 sleep powders. At that point, you're not really caring about the fact that you only have 6-hour bar of sleep bonus. So you're doing okay. Also terraforming yourself right now. A bit boring. Must be done. So your stream is very nice at this moment. Glad that you can pop in and hang out. So yeah, we're trying to like figure this out because I feel like there definitely needs to be a few tweaks here. To the coffee system, and this just throws a whole big new wrench that probably needs to be addressed, I think. Oh yeah, I used the satchel as just an example since then. I probably could have used the word just, I have a whole big bag of sleep powder, just as a way of saying that I have a whole whack of it. But yeah, I know you don't have to keep it in a satchel. Although I do keep mine in a bag just to keep it organized. Just to have it. The market was so broken in the start, I know. Powder's going for 1 silver each. What is going on here? I see that's a bird. One of these paper birds flew right over my head. Yeah, I don't understand why the sleep powders were going for so... Yeah, paper birds, yeah. Why were sleep powders going for so little at the beginning? Maybe just because people didn't know the value of them at the start. I am on Melody. And on Melody, a lot of this needs to get done, like surface mining like this. So if you've never been a part of a surface mining, okay, you're on Cadence. Yeah, you like Melody. Melody requires a lot of surface mining. So I'm on. If you take a look at the map position that I'm on, I'm right over here. In this spot right here, okay, and like I'm right on the ledge where Scuff's Ridge used to be. We should probably rename all this because we used to be just a small deed here, but when Scuff's Ridge and Pyro's land decayed, we expanded all the way to the water to the west there, okay. But this whole bit here, starting in this step, coming along the top here, this is just a ridge where the top is very, very skinny. And that ridge goes all the way, and it keeps rising up this hill, up, and then it comes back down on the other side, okay? And it's like, there's no real good flat spot. So what I'm doing is I'm just shaving off the top of that ridge so that I can get a larger flat spot. And there's a lot of regions in Melody that are like this, that need this kind of shaping. This is the reason why a lot of players will recommend to new players not to go to Melody, because there's not very much flat land. All of the land needs some hardcore shaping. But if you like it, like I like it, I love this part of the game, then Melody is a server for you. Oh my god, I was right by you when I was there, south of Cat's Place. Yes. You were. I actually noticed you. I recognize your name from Cat's stream. And yes, I came here with Cats at the start of the server launch to work on a project that we're still working on. I've been making more mortar for that project, and I have another couple thousand mortar coming towards that project. Maybe we can go over there and check out the progress there, because Cats has been doing some building with the mortar and the bricks that we've been making, and progress has been made. Personally, I'm not a big builder, so I'm more. I'll make the mats. I'll help with that. I was helping also with the transmutation of the clay, and we also acknowledge that these projects, both of these projects, are going to be slow going. They're just things to do for fun. So when you came back, you were hoarding 26 sleep powder. I've used a few and sold some, kind of like a trading tool. Yeah, totally. You could pay €8 and you got 4 powders and 2 months of premium. 2 from the 2 months, then another 2 from your marks. True. I would have to say the majority of players who play Wurm, like the majority, their sleep bar doesn't look like this normally. Well, coffee's going to change this, right? So before coffee, most people who play this game run on a full sleep bonus bar. And then there is a community of players who are trying to optimize the skilling up, and they're running a bar that looks more like mine or possibly even lower on a regular basis, and who need the sleep powder. I would say I'm in between the two. I'm not a hardcore grinder. There will be times where I am running a 6-hour sleep bonus bar and not using it. And then there's times where my bar looks like this, and I think it's like this mostly because the coffee came in and I've been like experimenting and playing around with that. You know, if I get a good amount of time to play, like let's say I'm on holidays, then my sleep bonus bar will be low, but I work every day. There's times where I come in and I don't want to skill in the evening, so I'll go a whole 24 hours where I'm not using any sleep bonus. You know, and it's easy to fill your sleep bonus bar at that point. So we also have like a little stash of sleep powders that just probably won't ever get used. Maybe the next time I'll have a chance to use them is in the summertime of next year. So your blacksmith will burn down the line. The mag priest will get full, but when doing large mining or other skilling tasks, it will dry out. Yeah, it's a depends thing, yeah. I'm kind of in that same boat. So like when I'm playing, during the like if I'm playing a lot, I will run down my sleep bonus bar and be running on the bottom. But there's lots of times where I'm not playing a lot. People grind skills without sleep bonus. It's not that they grind skills without sleep bonus, it's that they don't grind skills. There's a lot of people who don't grind their skills, who just play, and they're playing for something that's different than watching the numbers go up. They're playing to build their place. They're, you know, doing their thing. They're enjoying the game for what it is without thinking about how do I optimize my resources for getting my numbers to go up the highest. Right? Yeah, Tuxie's exact. And she said to me before, she's like that type of player. Like fishing right now, not using sleep bonus, just playing. Just found a pearl and a clam. Exactly. Yeah. And like, I almost bet, Tuxie, that you have sleep bonus to use. You just aren't doing it. And yet, skills just go up. And if you're playing long term, eventually your skill goes up to where you're happy. Guilty, my highest skill is 60. Yeah. Yeah, so you have like there. I know like you probably are you have a group of friends, you know, and you're all like this like top just optimizing skill gain, and that's definitely a way to play this game, but there's a lot of people who play very differently than that. They play to have fun. They're not thinking about what's the best. They're running the tools that they just made themselves. No enchants sometimes on those tools, and happy to keep going that way, and enjoying the game just as much as the next person. Yeah, just for the enjoyment, Drogos, as well. No sleep bonus. You're about 2 points from 5 actions on both tunes, so excited, yeah. But like those, like, I'm sure, and Drogos and Tuxie, I'm sure that sometimes like you think, now I'm going to target that skill and I'm going to want to make that skill go up, so I'm going to do a few, a few things to optimize things. Maybe have sleep bonus on, maybe, you know, cast some Circle of Cunning on some tools before I start. Maybe make an affinity food, right? Yeah, so sometimes it's like that, exactly, for mining, so you'll pick and choose. But then there's other times where it's just, I want to enjoy the game, and I'm not worried about the skill, I'm just enjoying what's happening, and playing more casually. I would say I'm similar in that respect, where sometimes I'm just playing without worrying about the skill gain. My skill bonus, my sleep bonus will be at 6 hours, and I'm just, I don't know, I could be like picking the olives off the trees without worrying about skilling or whatever, or I'm like surface mining here. And I could very well have done that with a full sleep bonus bar and not felt guilty about that at all, just because I'm enjoying the process of terraforming this area. But how would one reach 100 body strength? Exactly. Yeah. Yep. I know, it doesn't compute to the brain who thinks I need to optimize every last thing and get all my numbers to go up. But the answer is, they won't. And they are okay with that. And I'm also okay with that. I'm not, you know, I've got a couple skills to 90, and I did put in some sleep bonus and optimizing and everything, getting those skills to 90, but from here, I'm not gonna push those skills to 99, let's say. I'm just gonna enjoy the 90, and those skills will naturally go up, you know, even without sleep bonus, they'll go up. You know, this pickaxe will grind down, like it's already at 83. I aimed this to, I think 90, and then now it's like at 83. I'm gonna have to imp that back up to 90. I'll do that without sleep bonus, and my skill will go up. Not as fast as with sleep bonus, but it'll go up. And if I keep doing that over and over again, eventually my skill will be 95. Eventually. It does go up slowly and surely. Okay, you did it with 90 prospecting. I have to do that. I really want to get 90 prospecting. And Texas, you're saying, exactly. Sometimes it's also things like redesigning a room or something like that, organizing supplies, things that aren't about skill at all. Yeah, totally. Decorating is one of those things for sure. And organizing stuff. Do I not have a priest with a pretty good channeling? Yeah. It's not great channeling, but it's 86. But you'll notice he has 6 hours of sleep bonus sitting here. And I'm not too concerned about that, you know? So 6 hours sleep bonus. I could be sitting here worried about channeling up and just keep going and getting that, you know? But I'm not too worried. I'm more interested in doing this right now, and I would say that the reason why on my old characters my skills went up, like I would say I had a 95 plus rope maker. I had, you know, my blacksmithing was 99.8, but I never power grinded those skills. They just kind of came with the fact that I have been playing for such a long time. Yeah, in full favor, exactly. I'm sitting here with full favor, no food, no CCFP. I'm gonna pray. Not very optimized, 100%. Totally. And while I do like optimizing sometimes, I'm not obsessed with it. I don't need it to be. Yeah. And prospecting is a fast skill. Yeah, totally. It's 2,000 skill, 4 times the speed of mining. Right. I definitely feel that prospecting is quick. I got my prospecting to 60 right near the beginning of the server, and that's where I still have it. At the time, I didn't realize the benefit of going to 90, but now that I know the benefit of 90, I'm like, ooh, I want 90. It sounds stressful to me. It sounds stressful to feel like everything must be optimized all the time. Can't live like that. Yeah. I mean, I like the working on trying to optimize things. Like I find value in that, but then you're right, Tuxie, like you can't always be like that. To be relaxed about things, and I agree. That it does feel bad that I'm sitting here with a full favor bar and he looks like he's gonna starve or die from thirst or something. Oh wait, hold on. That must have been my last prayer. I am bothered by that water bar though. I'll probably let him fast as well. Looks like I already let him fast. I'll let him fast again. Can't you at least use your favor for I could. I could. I just know how that's gonna go, right? I'm gonna cast and it's gonna be like a 40 or something, you know. You know how casting goes. I might get lucky, like a 1 in 1,000 will land in the 90s. The thing is that I don't have anything that I need right now to cast on. And I'm also not worried about money, right? So I'm not like thinking, because you could easily get into this mode where you're thinking, well, that favor translates to silver. Because if I land a nice cast and I can sell that cast, that's like silver right there. In fact, I do have in this bin some horseshoes that I've been casting on. Just imagine that 109 COC sitting there. I know. But it's actually kind of fun for me to watch you squirm a little bit that I'm sitting on a full favor bar. So there's a few things that I should know about prospecting before you grind up that makes a difference for a few other skills, such as how WA doesn't work for prospecting. BOTD is equal to COC, and that difficulty is hard to balance. So by the end of my 95 prospecting grind, I had like 10 to 20 skill tick rate. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to ask you questions about that in a second, Sinsen. And not to do it, you're saying, the only reason I grind or work so hard on my blacksmithing is I really like being able to do someone to help my friends and deedmates. Exactly. Yeah, I totally agree. Depending on what one focuses. So some love of the min-max game. Can't stand it. Yeah. Yeah. Like, the min-max game, I'll play that to a certain degree. But I won't take it to the extreme. I also like that the same thing that you're talking about, not so dirt, is that once you have that skill, you are now useful to your community. You can make tools for other people, you can help out. But then there's only so far that you'll take that, and you know, it's nice to get that 90 skill, it's nice to get it a little bit faster than before. It's a little bit stressful to worry that you're not getting it as fast as you possibly could be. Yeah, I do have benediction. 90 shouldn't be so hard to hit. Yeah, you're right. Like, this distribution of casts was me casting yesterday, except for the 106. That one was, so Sinsen had given me this one because I had landed a 106 a long while ago and we just exchanged. And then there was probably 5 times as many of these casts that I dispelled. So let's count that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 5 is 45. Let's say plus 9 is 50. So let's say about out of every 50 or so casts, I get 2 90s. That's probably accurate. Yeah, I'm gonna ask about prospecting in just a second, but let's finish this conversation. You can min-max, try to be optimized without being try-hard. You can be a casual yeah. So I would classify myself in that category. I'm a casual min-maxer, who I learned a long time ago that having a Venora priest is, well, not only do I find that fun to play, but it also helps with getting those tools that I might need to do that. I'm okay if I'm just grinding away with 80 circle of cunning tools or 90 circle of cunning. I don't need the 100, but what I found was, like, now that I have benediction, and even with this, like, getting the 100 cast actually happens more often than I thought it would, and so I'm kind of happy that I have some 100s. I just don't need that. Oof, shouldn't have stayed up till 6 a.m. Very. Yeah, and you were asking about this stream, so missed a bit of it. We're getting quite far in to the end of it. Yeah. Yeah, you save 81 or better, you release the 980 or lower, yeah. And that'll all depend on like where you are at. I'll keep the 70s and I'll just put them in a bin somewhere, and then when I come across, like if somebody is looking for some tools or like you know, I'll toss a 70 over because I'll just have it sitting there. I like using the 80 plus, but I'm not like, I am lucky, like, so like look at my shovel. My shovel's a 60, probably, yeah, 60 WOA. I bet you I don't even have any casts on this butchering knife. Yeah. This trowel. Okay, so the trowel I got really nice and lucky. Got a couple 90 casts on the trowel. My skilling pickaxe has a 97 Circle of Cunning, and this pickaxe has a 98 Wind of Ages, so I got really lucky with some of these casts. Actually, this pickaxe that I'm using, I got lucky twice in a row. So, Antirg, who used to play over there, he had a Mag Priest, and he got Benediction, and so he was casting a ton of Stone Strike. But then he quit the game, and so he said to just grab whatever I want from his deed, so he had a bunch of pickaxes that had Stone Strike casts on them, so I grabbed a couple that had 80s. I imped them up a little bit, and I passed them over to Xander, who was just casting on, I only had 2 of them, and I think it was like the first cast landed 98, and I'm like, wow, that's just lucky. So I put it into the forge, and I started improving it, and then I hit a rare window on it, and it turned rare. Like, this was all within like 30 minutes. I'm like, I went from having a white 40 quality or whatever it was, 85 Stone Strike, and like within a half hour, it got a 98 WA on it, and it turned rare. Hacks. I know, and I was like, wow, that was like the luckiest thing ever. So now I have a really nice pickaxe that is for this. For this, it's really like. So here, this like little. I want to get back to the prospecting in a second, but this wall here, this wall, is preventing me from uncovering this one, which is preventing me from being able to mine this spike down. And I forgot to bring my mallet, not my mallet, my maul. Okay, and this is 18, so the next time okay, let me just see. I probably can do one more round because this is 5, and I'll probably be able to bring this down by 20, so this will be 25. I want to just be able to stand up here and surface mine this down, so I think this side will allow me to do that. Okay, so I'm not too worried if I mine here. Oh, one more thing I wanted to check. Can I butcher this? And butchering this will reduce my alignment? Will it also decrease my faith? What's my faith at? Is that 30? All right, let's do it. I want to see what meat I get here. Sorry for those of you who are cringing at the fact that I'm butchering a... Okay. Yeah, this was a question I had. Came to my mind. Like, what happens when you butcher a tower guard's corpse? You don't get anything from that. So I was wondering, like, how does one obtain human meat? Okay, so if you follow Libla and butcher the tower guard, you can get, like, I'm wondering, does it produce human meat? Not humanoid meat, but human meat. Okay, so let's go back because I missed a bunch of stuff here. Okay, so you sit down and grind shipbuilding from 3.6 to 35, so I could build a boat. I didn't want to go through the 6-week challenge of beating pieces into my Corvita. Yeah, it was 7 to 8 hours of imping ores, and I was able to use them in the ship. Totally, yeah. Benediction is great. Totally is. I love it. I have the VoD online and cast every time he reaches 50 favors, so he gets lots of casting without grinding. Yeah, that's cool. Like I tend not to do that sort of thing. I feel like I'll sit down to grind, and when I'm sitting down to grind, or not grind but cast, I'm like sacrificing and stuff. And then when I'm not casting, I just don't. I'm not too worried about wasting the favor. And you don't even need to risk the shatter by casting COC on it, since you don't really get a lot of mining skill from the surface mining, and COC doesn't work for body characteristics anyway. Yeah. That's exactly. So you're talking about this pickaxe. Exactly. I'm not like we did quite a bit of surface mining here, and let's look at the skill gain so far. 0.0026. So if I had 100 Circle of Cunning on this, I would have gotten 0.005 or so, right? And that doesn't seem worth it to risk the COC. I might cast COC on it at some point, but I have this one, which I might spend a little bit of time getting that WA up a little bit more. But again, I'm not worried about the COC, and this is the one that I use to like get my higher quality ore. It needs a little bit of imping, but I'm not quite at the point where I'm like thinking about getting higher quality ore at the moment, but I will eventually, and I'll eventually imp this thing up as high as I possibly can get it. And I'm gonna focus on this one using my imbues. Okay, so that'll be for like actually gathering resources. So Lib Kombucha, you need to read about it in the wiki. Yes, it does. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think I remember Jack testing this a while ago, and he ended up buying some on trade. Interesting. Okay, so human meat comes from human corpses if you are Libela. Okay, so where am I? I'm just gonna go right here. I wonder if I should just stand on this corner and combine it with this pile. Yeah. You could, however, put a steel VIN on the pick for damage reduction, or if your budget allows for it, Glim for the 10% faster surface mining. All right, maybe I might do the Glim, because I do have a bunch of Glimmer steel that I have nothing to do with it, and so I might do that. But for another time. Okay, so let's get back to this prospecting. Because you were saying something about how WOA doesn't work for prospecting. So are you saying that the timer of the action for prospecting does not change the amount of skill gain that I get per action? I know that there's some skills that are like that, but is prospecting like that? So the timer of the action is based on rarity, quality, and skill. Okay. Okay, so like... Or is it that just like if I have, let's say I'm using one pickaxe that's just Circle of Cunning, and the other pickaxe that has the same Circle of Cunning but like WA, that in a given amount of time I'll get the same amount of skill? Like I'll half my action timer and I'll get half the amount of skill, so I can get 2 actions in each... 2 actions with the WA pick for every 1 action on the COC, and therefore having WA or not over time gives me the same amount of skill. If that's the case, then I probably won't use WA. I'll just use COC. Like I'll use this pickaxe right here. This one, the 97 Circle of Cunning with 12 quality. Probably just use that for it. Unless by putting WA, I'm going to be able to double up my skill gain. Then it might be worth it, but I don't think it... I feel like it might not work that way. Okay, and you were saying something else, though, but something about this thing. There's a few things you should know about prospecting before you grind it that makes a difference to a few other skills, such as how WA doesn't work for prospecting, BOTD is equal to COC, and that difficulty is hard to balance. Okay, so the difficulty is hard to balance. That's a good point. I don't know how the difficulty for prospecting is determined. So is... Okay, so quality of pickaxe, always use one quality. Does it matter what I'm prospecting? So prospecting an iron vein versus prospecting a gold vein versus prospecting rock, is it all the same difficulty? Right. Doesn't matter what you prospect, you outscale the difficulty. Okay. What about analyze? Yeah, okay, so I knew that. You have to move your character from time to time because there's this old bot check thing that stops you from gaining skill if you are standing in one spot while prospecting. I find it weird that prospecting gets that, but mining doesn't. I've stood in this. Okay, you gotta prospect a different wall. I see. So like, why does prospecting get that, but mining doesn't? Like, I can sit on one vein and just stay there. Tracking gets that as well. Interesting. It's curious to know what. Oh, I see. I can prospect the same wall over and over. I just need to move a little bit. Yeah. So I just gotta sort of like do this, move myself around. Okay. That's good to know. Have you done any tests with analyze for prospecting skill gain up at the top? Like when you get higher, like maybe, because I noticed like when I was lower. Oh, so from every about 10 minutes, and hey Buddha. Yeah, I know. We know it's like I've definitely felt that prospecting is really quick. And I did right near the beginning of the server opening, I grinded my prospecting. Let me see, where is it? Gosh, where's prospecting? Okay, I grinded it to 60. I did lose a bunch from dying, but I haven't touched it since then, so I was happy with the 60, and I just sort of stuck there. But then I found out afterwards that there are some really nice benefits to getting it to 90. And so I might take it up again. So I'm just trying to think about what's the path of least resistance here for prospecting. And so Sinsen's experience, because he got us to 95, he's saying that once you get up there, it's like the difficulty of the action is so low compared to your skill that you're gaining skills only like once every 5 actions or so. Yeah, okay. So COC, sleep bonus, coffee, you'll be done in like 3 hours. Okay. Yeah, okay. What am I building? Quentin asks. Hey, Quentin, what's going on? Haven't seen you in a bit. Although every so often I drive past your place and there's like a little bit more done on your place. So it's nice to see that you're still active there. What I'm building, well, okay, so how do I explain? We are planning on constructing. I don't know how quite to explain it, other than to say that it is going to be a adventure, a publicly available adventure for Wurmians to come and enjoy. If you've heard of or seen our labyrinth, it's in the same vein as that, where people can come, show up, try their hand at besting the labyrinth, and in this case it'll be besting this, whatever this is going to end up being. 4D maze. It will be something maze-like-ish. It will have elements of maze-like things. We are definitely going to be... See, one thing about mazes. So here's the thing about mazes. You want to build a good maze in this game. the way to do that is by using all the layers that this game allows you to use. Okay, so like I recently went to the NFI, what do you call it? The Impalong, at which they had a really nice maze there. Actually, I was really impressed with it. It was very large. It was a hedge maze. I got confused when I was in there, like I was lost. But the one thing I felt like it could have had to make it better was an underground layer to the maze. Because having a bit of experience with the underground layer and adding that to a maze, you start realizing how much more you can make the maze challenging that way. When it's just a two-dimensional maze and you're walking through a hedge maze, let's for example, you can beat any maze that's like that simply by turning left at every encounter that you get. Like every time that you can turn left, you turn left. You do that every single time and you will get to the end of the maze. Okay, so like that, it makes it so that you don't really have to think too much about it. So if it's a two-dimensional maze, you just do that. Right. So Quentin, you're getting the idea. Okay, so the last maze we made, we started it before bridges. Let me think about this. We started it before bridges were added to the game. Yes. And so when we were planning it out, our whole plan was surface and underground. And we had a really good idea for all of that and how we would do it. I think the maze itself that we built had, I want to say, 20 some odd, maybe 26 mine openings smattered around I want to say a 13 by 20 region. So a 13 by 20 area had 26 or something like that mine openings and an intricate mine network underneath the whole maze. And on top was essentially like a hedge maze with walls and hedges and all sorts of other stuff. So if you've seen the labyrinth, this is what I'm describing. And then I remember we finished that whole section and then bridges got added. And we were thinking, man, like it would have been amazing if we added bridges as well to this whole thing. So we added a little bit, but it was like after the fact, you know? And so I think this time around, it feels like we can incorporate the idea of bridges and buildings in more of a 4D kind of way, So we're gonna plan this thing out. The planning phase is gonna take a while. Okay, not so dirt. Back to finishing the truck. Okay. The labyrinth was hell. I got lost in there for like what felt like forever. I think I contemplated making a new character and taking away 10 years of grinding. I know some people did experience that. We did go through several rounds of adding things to make it a little bit easier. All of the hints and clues were designed to address hardships that people were experiencing during that. We tested it a whole bunch on a whole bunch of people. We added a whole bunch of stuff to like help people through certain spots. But then there were other spots where we're like, we kind of want this to be hard too at the same time. And so yeah, some people got stuck in the maze. However, we did also create a walkthrough video. And there were other people who also created their own walkthrough video. So we felt like anybody who got stuck and was like, let me out of here. I don't want to do this anymore. Could have just looked up on YouTube and you could have found like the exact path to go. This maze was so much fun, yeah. Getting through it to the end felt amazing though. It was amazing running the labyrinth and everybody should do it. Yeah. I want off Mr. Bones Wild Ride. Yeah. I want off. Better put a sign at the start of the maze saying, make sure you have 1,000 karma in case you need to teleport out. Yeah. We do have quite a few signs at the beginning warning people of certain things, such as make sure you bring water and maybe cotton. We also remind people that there's statues in there that will heal you to full. Yeah, maybe we should add one that says 1,000 karma in case you need to teleport out. We actually also bring your own priest here for the summons. You know, this was before they even added that summon. Yeah, we do have statues that will heal you in there. I know some people miss the sign at the beginning that has this. There is a statue. It's one of the nymph statues. So all the nymph statues in the labyrinth, you can just examine them and it'll fully heal you. That was retrograde, I think. He helped us add that. And it was we were thinking about, because there's certain areas in the labyrinth that you have to fall in order to proceed, and you can get damage, but then there's times where you fall and make an incorrect choice and you have to go back up and fall again. And then if you make an incorrect choice again, you have to go back up and fall again. Like, you have to just keep falling to get to the... So we thought, you know, maybe at the bottom where you end up falling, just place one of those statues and they can just heal. You can just heal yourself up. Okay, so there's statues all over in those locations where you have to fall. Hey, Casper. What's going on? Welcome on in. We're just discussing the labyrinth right now, like the... Right, there's no damage in caves, so we didn't put any in the caves, but we're talking like you'd have to climb up a building at the top, and the only way to get to the right spot is you have to fall from like the 7th floor of the building down to the 3rd floor of the building, down a certain area. And then like, so, but then if you fell there, but then subsequently made an incorrect choice, you have to climb back up there and fall again. Like, and you're just doing this over and over and over again. I'm particularly thinking of the building of doors in the labyrinth, where you're walking through those areas with just hundreds and hundreds of doors, and you fall and you land and you're like, I'm back here again. Yeah. So we put a statue right there at the end. Have I caught a huge fish yet? I have not. I'm actually not really working on the journal at all, because I know I'm not going to make it through the journal. I have recently been puzzling about how I can complete the last entry of the journal. I still haven't gotten to the point where I'm convinced myself to do it, so I haven't really... Am I working on the new puzzle glyph? Yes, so, well, sort of. Right now, it's just surface mining this flat. So the idea, this was old. This was Scuff's Ridge from before, and what we're gonna do is we're just gonna flatten it out to this area here, so that we have a wider region to put a building here. So yeah, this is just getting all flattened. But in terms of like working on the actual puzzle, like, we're not quite there yet. This is gonna be a long time before we are at the point where we can put it together, I think, because just the planning of like how everything's going to work is going to take a long time. So right now it's just a matter of making space for it and not really thinking about what is going to go into the actual thing. Brian has thought up some storyline, so that's where it starts. It's the thing about these things, is that they work out so much better if you have the story beforehand. So he's just thinking about the story. We're gonna bring back Sir Puzzleton. Do I have that journal entry? Oh boy, look at the time. I'm gonna have to end the stream, guys. Just got an indication. Where is it? I don't know if it says with the fish. Okay, the huge fish is 10 kilograms. I don't even have the 9th entry open, let alone the 10th. And that's mostly because I haven't worked on these. The only ones I really worked on were the first few to get the sleep bonus from them, but let me see here. I might be able to finish this one. I don't know. This one will only be... I'll only be able to finish this one if I get to the point where I'm like, I am going to complete my journals. But I'm not going to probably not going to make a tower guard. And okay, I might like these ones don't seem too hard. But there is one where here it is. I'm not gonna finish this one. There's even when I get to the point where I'm like, I gotta finish that last journal entry, all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do enough of these to open up the next one and do enough of those to open the next one, and then might consider doing just the last one, right? Okay, it's insane, but you know what? I'll ask you when I get to the point where I'm thinking about doing it. But for now, I'm not too worried about the journal entry. Under picking up speed. So hold on. Yeah, so the catch a huge fish is 10 kilograms, it says. Yeah. It says 10. Oh, and cats, I've been working on mortar as well, so I'm almost up to another 2,000 to put towards the project. So that's been going on as well. And maybe we can end by just going over there and just checking out the progress on the kingdom. Wanted to do that as well. Yeah, yummy, yummy. We just got a mind logic affinity from that the other day. Nice. Oh, you get to pick an affinity. I see. Let me just look at that one more time. Picking up speed. Use a ruin, create a wagon, catch a huge fish. I could do those things. 3-hour sleep bonus and choice of affinity. I might do those things. I'll have to think of what I want to pick though. You're having flashbacks? Let me just see here. I must have missed something here. Are those statues something that can be crafted? Healing statues cannot be crafted. Those were created by GM means. And so, no. And you just finished working out in VR for an hour and a half. Oh, that's a big workout, cats. That's awesome. And what was the program you're using to do the workouts? Because I know that you've been experimenting with a bunch of them. Which one have you found to be the best one? I kind of want to get into this too. I think I should start working out. I'm feeling the aging process, and I do have the VR headset, and I went in. I was doing some VR. I had a friend over a week ago, and showing him some VR stuff, and we were playing around with it, taking turns, and man, the next day I felt sore. The best workout one is Supernatural. However, it's only available in North America. That's something you could do. Okay. And I know that these things usually have like, subscriptions or whatever, and like free trials and stuff like that. I'll be there soon, okay? Okay. Okay, so Supernatural, I'll look at that one. I've probably seen it because I did a bunch of that. You're working out with Power Beats VR, Beat Saber, and Synth Riders. Cool. So Synth Riders and Beat Saber are kind of similar. I kind of get a sense, but I've only played Beat Saber and Power Beats. Okay. I honestly like, for some odd reason, there you are. I kind of like. I like the experience of VR. I like sharing it with other people. But then when it comes to like, I'm gonna sit down and play some video games, for some odd reason I always gravitate towards Wurm. I'm just like, I'll just play some Wurm. It's what I enjoy doing. But I probably should start looking more into some other VR experiences. So what I wanted to do was come over here. This is the Kingdom deed, and this is right in the center of the canals. These are all going to be dug down to the water where you can drive your boat through. The horse market is going to get moved up to the hill over there, and the construction has started on this quarter. So let's take a peek at what has been put together here. Ooh, it's starting to feel like a village, eh? Like, look at this. It feels like We're coming into like this little nice square. Oh yeah. And actually I love this. I love this archway, the way that this is. I made one of these on the old server. I haven't made one now, but I love how like the archway makes this feel like an open little space. That's really nice. And all the lamps. I kind of remember this was going to be a, if I'm not mistaken, a bar or maybe something else. I don't know. Nice. So this is all getting started. And the kingdom is going to be like tall. Like all these buildings are going to go up. The arch spot's going to be a hookah bar. Oh, nice. You're in the nightly entertainment area. Nice. So bars and hookah bars and social life is going to be. And you're going to have like a little patio with a nice view of the lake here. Nice. Yeah, so this is the Kingdom project. It's gonna be a while, I'd say. Still, there's like lots to do, lots of mats to make, lots of construction to do. And I've been talking about how like I'm not really much of a construction like building person. I've never been one to be a builder, but I have no issue being the mats person and trying to help out with those. But yeah, this place is gonna feel like a maze of a city, eh? Like just you can see it already just from this first couple floors or first few floors being constructed. And this is only gonna be 1/4 of it, and the other 4 quarters are gonna be on the other sides. All right. So yeah, this is the project. I'm really excited to keep moving out with it. Check out the thatch roofs. Okay, hold on. So you're able to get, is it up there? No. Where am I looking for the thatched roofs? I'm missing it, cats. I'm missing it. Where am I looking? It's probably up here. Yeah, you're very welcome. Hopefully that... Oh, here. These ones. Yeah. Nice. So yeah, really excited that this has started, and it's definitely going to be a while before it gets all done, but you'll probably do soul death. Oh, is that for the ruin making since then? All right. It is at this point, friends, that I must end the stream. I've been streaming for like 6 hours. That's a long time. And I did say that at 20 minutes ago I'd be done. So, with that said, we've done a lot today. We experimented with coffee. We got a whole bunch of surface mining done. I got my cloth tailoring up another additional, what was it, 4 points? Where was it? Load skill, it's under this one. Yeah, 4 points of cloth tailoring, which is really awesome. Playing for 6 hours and still 6 hours of sleep bonus. Oh, nice. Are you talking about me? No, I don't have 6 hours of sleep bonus. On my other character I do, but yeah. You are very welcome for the stream. Yeah, Perry came in also just before you did, Cats, going, I missed the stream. Yeah, my alt, exactly. Yep. That's how I roll. He'll get some skill gain at some point, but not today. And I probably let my stills out, of course, because I didn't set the timer again. But that's how it goes. All right. So here I have to say goodbye. You guys have a great rest of your day. And I'll be streaming next week, hopefully, again. I'll let you know in the Discord. You can join the Discord below if you want to get notification for when the next stream is going to be. It seems like lately it's been either Friday night or Saturday morning, but who knows? So I'll let you guys know, and yeah, you guys keep on worming, and I'll catch you all next time. Have a good one, everybody.